here today, but bear with me. I'm gonna need a couple minutes before I get things going on all the other platforms. But it's been a hell of a day again. It's just a really busy time in politics. Wow. Okay, somebody's okay. All right, Alexa, stop. All this shit going on here. Okay, let me see here. Wow. Just a busy day. That's all I can say. Just a really, really busy day. Get this one straight here. So yeah, I'm gonna need a couple minutes. You already see the title of the live stream is King Trump. Jeez. I wouldn't throw that out there just for the sake of throwing it out there. There's a reason why it's titled King Trump, and you'll certainly hear from me on that in a minute, but it didn't come from me. That's all I'm gonna say. It didn't come from me. And the source of it is, wow, I just don't even know what to say here. So give me one quick moment to get YouTube horizontal going, and then we should be able to get the party started, so to speak. So I think I got everything going here. Just want to make sure we got it, because we have it horizontal and we have it on vertical. So that's what I'm working on right now is YouTube horizontal. I do appreciate many of you folks that are already tuning in as we are just about ready to get this going. Assuming my equipment holds up. The minute you get ready to go on live, some shit always starts to not work. Okay, so we're on both YouTube horizontal and vertical. I'll go ahead and kick it off on TikTok and Instagram nonetheless. There we go. All right, we'll start in 3, 2, and 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. We're talking about the era of Trump. So it should not shock anybody that today is yet another busy news day. And I don't think we ever get a rest, do we? I mean, do we ever get a rest under the Trump administration? Let me make sure I don't have my machine set here to sub only, because I do want to make sure everybody can get in today. Okay, so we're going to be talking about, there's several topics as always. What's the movie? I see that in the comments, Sylvia. That's not a movie. We're going to be talking about King Trump because that is the title of the last stream. But before I get to that, in honor of Billy Joel's "We Didn't Start the Fire," I think most of you've heard that 80s tune. Why is Trump accusing Ukraine of starting the war? I'm trying to figure out how many of you folks believe that the only reason Ukraine and Russia are at war is because of the Ukrainians, because that's what he's stating.
Breaking news we want to take you out to, as we are hearing from President Donald Trump releasing a statement on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He posted to his Truth Social account, and this is a pretty lengthy quote, so we are going to pull it up, 2 pieces at a time. So let's start with this. He is saying this again on the Ukrainian president, saying, quote, "Think of it, a modestly successful comedian, Volodymyr Zelensky, talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that couldn't be won, that never had to start, but a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. The United States has spent..."
So to stop it there, he is saying that Zelensky, quote unquote, talked the United States into spending $350 billion to go to war that he couldn't win. So listening to the way Trump is phrasing this, it's as if Vladimir Zelensky of the Ukraine came to the United States with this deal, begging for money so that he could start a war with Russia. He talked the United States into spending $350 billion to go into a war that he could not win, that never had to start. How does that work? How does that? So the Ukrainians came to us and took out a loan. Wow. So I do want to get your opinion on that, because I'm not aware that the Ukrainians came to us and presented us with some kind of package as to why they wanted to go to war with the Russians. That's not that's not the way I remember it. I remember the United States under the Biden administration literally telling Zelensky and the Ukrainians that the Russians were building up troops on the border, and it was pretty clear an attack was imminent. If I'm correct, if my memory, if I can recall this correctly, Zelensky and the Ukrainians didn't even believe us. They were accusing America of trying to fearmonger the Ukrainians. They didn't believe the Russians were about to attack. So why is he saying that Zelensky talked the United States into spending 350 billion? So we'll certainly cover that. He said all kinds of awful things about Zelensky, including calling him a dictator and other things. So the relationship between Trump and Zelensky is essentially zero. But I don't think that was really that hard to predict for most Americans. It was pretty clear that if Trump got elected, we were going to become more favorable to Russia and less favorable to the Ukrainians. So I don't think what's happening was that hard to predict, other than it's happening so damn fast. And here is Trump speaking on that particular event.
A little land without the loss of any lives. And I think I have the power to end this war. And I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land, everything, almost all of the land, and no people would have been killed, and no city would have been demolished, and not one dome would have been knocked down. But they chose not to do it that way.
And I'd like to know from you folks, how many of you folks believe what Trump stated? That he could have made a deal where no one would have perished, the Ukrainians would not have lost anybody, most of the land they would not have lost or any of that. I'd be curious to know how many of you folks believe he could have done that. I see in the comments, Jim1471 says, I stopped following you, man. Goodbye. Well, Jim, I'm sorry to lose you as a viewer. That happens. Like I state all the time, we're about free speech here. We do address all sides of the political spectrum. You can get your point in, but listen, I understand a lot of folks favor echo chambers. Maybe you lean right and you only want to hear shit that's favorable to the right. Maybe you lean left and you only want to hear shit that's favorable to the left. That's not where we're at. So if you want to go to a platform that does that, I appreciate you stating your point. But yeah, scroll on. If you favor open dialogue, feel free to come back anytime. So in addition to his take on Zelensky, I also want to point out, now in New York, they got this huge tax they're imposing on, what do they call it, a congestion tax or something like that, to hopefully lower congestion. But Trump is trying to interfere and stop that. So they're putting up high tolls on the bridges and things like that. They're trying to lower the amount of congestion. Trump is attempting to stop that. And in addition to trying to stop it, he tweeted out the photo that's featured here today with the caption that says, "Long live the king." This came off the presidential stationery. This literally came off of the White House account. So this means that the White House itself tweeted out a picture, or what do you call it, Truth Social, whatever the hell it is nowadays, but literally sent out a picture of Trump with a crown on him. So I'm going to ask the simple question. If folks start suggesting that a Trump presidency is the end of democracy and things like that, is he now partially culpable in that? Because he is now making jokes, at least. I'm assuming it's a joke, otherwise it could be something more nefarious. But he himself is playing games suggesting that he's a king. He's saying it himself. So from now on, if someone suggests that Trump is, now that we've elected Trump, it's the end of democracy or whatever, is it really that far-fetched to suggest that, well, he's saying it himself? He is literally sending this picture. So I want to talk to you folks about that as well. Like I said, it's a Trump day, so it's always a busy day. Last but not least, we've seen a whole lot of programs, under the statement that we're allegedly saving the U.S. taxpayers a ton of money. We've seen all sorts of people getting fired, programs being shut down, et cetera, et cetera. I want to ask you folks, simple question. Why do you think he's starting with the poor first? I mean, all of it, I can't think of anything he's doing that is really hurting the wealthiest among us. Most of this stuff is hurting the average working man or even people that are not working at all, such as, maybe entitlement programs and things like that. Why is he not tackling the sources where the money is actually at? I mean, why is he starting with the poor? Now, this is not just something coming from a lunatic liberal online. Steve Bannon is also saying this. One of his, I don't know if it's a former friend, now that Elon Musk is at the helm, but Steve Bannon is also suggesting that you're hurting people that supported you. Why is he starting with programs that overwhelmingly are hurting the working class and the downtrodden? So we're going to talk about all three of those. Nevertheless, you know how the program is ran. We are indeed MAGA friendly, been that way since day one. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. When I say MAGA friendly, I mean you can have your opinion. You can be critical of the host. Anybody in the comment section, give you plenty of time to state your point. We don't talk down the guests or try to dictate how anybody should speak. That's what free speech is all about. So if you favor that type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, stating that we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having a dinner with Q, favor that type of dialogue, you're in the right place. Follow the program on TikTok or Instagram. A subscription on YouTube, if you will. So looking in the comments, he is bringing jobs back. Give me what sector, what field is Trump bringing jobs back in, LJ, in the comments. I'm not hearing about any hiring. I'm hearing about firing. How is he bringing jobs back? I'd love to know that. Good, no subs only to show you. We're open today, Lamont. Going to the box. But that doesn't hurt you from supporting the program. Information war. Good evening. Welcome to the show. Information. Now, is this any relations to Alex Jones' InfoWars?
I love Alex Jones, but it's not in relation to that. I just believe that we're in an information war. You get one side and I get the other, right?
Fair enough. I mean, that if you only follow on one side, that's kind of how it happens. That's why I always encourage folks to get a little media from all sides of the aisle.
Absolutely. Now, what were you talking about, Steve Bannon? Do you have that clip?
No, I didn't cue it up just yet. I did not cue that up, but I don't believe it's a clip. I believe it's a conversation, though. But I'll have to look it up and bring that to you because I should have had that. But Steve Bannon,
What did he say?
And I'm paraphrasing here. I don't have the actual quote.
Okay.
Say that again.
I said, okay.
Yeah. I'm paraphrasing here, but I believe it was something to the nature of the policies that Trump is doing or the cuts are hurting the average, the average level voting constituent.
I will definitely have to look at that because I don't believe that. I don't catch Steve Bannon too often unless there's really something fiery going on. You got to go to the war room, right? But I would find it hard to believe that Steve Bannon would buck up against Trump on anything. Steve Bannon is super.
Didn't he get into it with Elon Musk already?
Elon Musk had said something on X a few weeks ago, like, what has Bannon accomplished this week? Absolutely nothing. And I knew that they kind of had beef before, but not to that extent. And so I think it kind of started then. The tension started then when I believe,
if I'm correct, I believe the quote was he told Steve Bannon to fuck yourself in the face. That's what Elon told Steve. Yeah, he told Steve Bannon to fuck yourself in the face. Yes. We covered that on the show. What? That's an actual quote. I'm certain of that one.
Is that in response to what he said about Bannon, though, saying that he hadn't accomplished shit this week or whatever? Because, I mean, honestly, that was offensive. I'm not a big Bannon fan. It's not somebody I listen to every day. But it was offensive because he did go to prison, right? He did go to prison for 4 months for some, divine Congress or whatever. But, I mean, and that was political. So he was a political prisoner for 4 months.
Okay. Yeah, he went to prison for trying to keep his mouth shut, was it not?
He went to prison because he didn't show up for the testimony in Congress.
Right, which would have hurt Trump.
Well, that's what you guys assume that's his reason, but he did it because he doesn't have to.
Then why did he go to prison?
Because it was a political target. That's all it was. He was politically targeted. You had all kinds of people under Obama. Obama's AG was called, and he didn't go to prison, and he defied Congress.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is, if you are held,
what was his name?
Yeah,
Eric Holder. Was that Obama's AG? I forget his name.
Yeah, it was Eric Holder. The thing about it is, if you're in contempt, they have the option of incarcerating you or not. For instance, Trump was found to be in contempt for 10 straight times. In most cases, you or I would go to jail for that. They let him out. They didn't send Trump to jail.
Why don't Democrats go to jail for that?
Well, Trump didn't either. He's not a Democrat.
But why did only people like Steve Bannon go to jail for 4 months? Was it possibly to silence him for 4 months? Because, I mean, again, I'm not a big Bannon fan, right? But he does have a huge voice, and it was a political target. Democrats don't go to jail for not showing up to testify in Congress because Republicans are weak.
What makes you say Republicans are weak?
They are weak. They're very weak. Look how long it's taken to get all of these confirmations in because you're letting Democrats bully them around.
I don't know. I mean, I think he's only been in office what a month. I think he's doing a lot more than most presidents do.
John Thune was confirmed when? He wasn't supposed to be confirmed until when? January 5th, but he was confirmed back in or voted in by the Senate the middle of December because he said that he was going to start working on them then. Remember that, Thune?
Wait, say that again.
And he promised MAGA that he was going to work weekends, night and day to get all Trump's confirmations on, and they still haven't got cash in. They have slow walked this, and the Republicans have played along with it.
Well, you already knew the Democrats were going to resist. I mean, it's not like it's not like if Kamala Harris was in there.
Of course they are. Of course.
Right, but well, hold on. You're telling me if Kamala Harris had won, the Republicans would be okay with her picks?
No, but I'm saying the Democrats wouldn't allow the Republicans to do what the Democrats are doing now. Like they put Kash Patel off another week. Why?
I think you're calling the Republicans weak, but keep in mind
they're crap.
Yeah, but keep in mind that same party that you're calling weak, they blocked Obama from getting a Supreme Court pick. I don't think that was fair at all. You're okay with that, right?
I mean, I wasn't really paying attention during Obama, but I think it's a different party. I think it's just a different party.
But you do understand that Obama's Supreme Court pick was blocked by the Republicans.
Well, of course. They blocked some of Trump's people in 2016, 2017, whatever.
Who did they block in terms of a Supreme Court pick? Where are you getting that from?
Well, no, not a Supreme Court pick. But both sides do the same thing. My point is...
No, both sides... You're talking about a lifelong appointment. What have the Democrats did to block a lifelong appointment like that?
I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm saying both sides do it, but I'm saying that Republicans play along with Democrats more than Democrats play along with Republicans.
Yeah, you can have the opinion. I don't see it. Certainly at the Supreme Court level.
You don't.
No, well, if you give me an example of something that's comparable to blocking a Supreme Court pick, I'll concede it, but I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, probably not a Supreme Court pick because, you had Republicans passing the ACA. So, there's that. It was a different party than it is in 2025 is what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, well, you're right. In 2025, the party is wholeheartedly behind Trump, no matter what he wants to do. Back in those days, you're talking about the Republicans might actually hold the party accountable for some stuff. Now it's whatever Trump wants to do, he can have it. You're right, it's a different party. That's why he's posting pictures of himself as a king.
I think it's hilarious. He's just trolling you.
It's
funny. It's what keeps... Trump is going to do anything to keep the attention on Trump. Trump is a narcissist. He has a huge ego, and that's why he's successful. And that's why he comes in there like a big-ass bully. You actually raise a point that I wholeheartedly agree with, and I've said before. When people say you got Trump derangement syndrome, my response has always been, if you didn't have Trump derangement syndrome, Trump would be unhappy, which is exactly what you're saying when he's trolling. So it ain't that the people got Trump derangement syndrome. It's that Trump is poisoning them so that they will continue having that. Well, media is poisoning them.
They didn't make him.
Trump came out, Trump or the White House, like, posted a meme or whatever, but you got the media feeding these people, making them think that Medicaid, they're going to lose their Medicaid and food. No, they're not. It's bullshit.
Yeah, but
Trump is not trying to cut Social Security. That's BS. It's not true.
You don't think that the media is just doing their job, just like everybody thinks that if their kid goes in the bathroom,
the media is funded by the taxpayers.
Just like everybody thinks that if their kid goes in the bathroom, some transgender person is waiting in there to prey on them. That's the media doing that. I mean, the media does it on both sides. I get that. But he himself is tweeting out pictures of him like a king. Why would he do that?
He's trolling the media.
Okay. Well,
because the media has been saying all day long that Trump has made himself a king. But that's not at all what he said. Do you have the full clip with you of what he said?
No, I don't have the clip. I just have a picture of what he sent down.
So they're trying to change it to where they're trying to change it to where the president and the AG aren't the sole source of law during a term.
Well, in regards to what you're saying about him trolling, like I said, I don't disagree with that. If you're calling me a sexist or you're calling me some kind of name, and then I go online and I tweet out a picture of somebody doing something in a sexist way, then I can no longer complain when you call me that. Just like when folks suggest that if Trump gets elected, he's going to be an end to democracy. Well, when you start tweeting out pictures that you're a king, then you're kind of confirming it.
No, he's not confirming it. And, somebody in your comments say it's okay to test is it okay to test the law? Absolutely, because he wants to set standards in this country. It's keeping us from, going to this oligarchy that you guys keep talking about.
Well, you said
the law is Trump setting law so that everything is settled. He's pushing everything to the limits. And I know that we're not going to agree on it. I know that we're on two different perspectives of this, right? But in my opinion, he is pushing the law as far as he can push it, right? So that the Supreme Court takes it up and then it's settled. What is wrong with that?
Because we believe the Supreme Court is in his favor. I mean, that's one thing.
And what if they turn out to not be? What if the 14th Amendment? I've seen a lot of MAGA.
Then shit, we would be considered wrong at that point. I mean, just like a lot of things that every president says things.
I see a lot of MAGA saying that he's going to lose that.
Well, until it happens, my money is that if the Supreme Court was on the fence about something, they're likely going to favor with Trump more than not because they're so far to the right. So my personal belief is that
I don't think Amy Coney Barrett's far to the right.
I get that, but what I'm gonna say is this: if you had a 6-3 liberal majority, you guys would be the same. You would be saying the same thing, that Supreme Court is likely to lean in favor of the Democratic president.
Because the left is different than the right.
Oh, is that how that works?
The right will separate on their opinions. The left will not. They will stay in cahoots and tote that line no matter what. Republicans, MAGA, whatever, they don't do that. That's why our party is always in disarray, because we are independent thinkers and we have disagreements. But the left, they tote that line no matter what.
You don't think there was no toting of the line in regards to January 6th? None at all, huh?
So what do you mean toting the line?
You see how they responded to what? I'm going to answer your question. You see how they responded the evening of January 6th, and you see how they're responding now, how nobody thinks that it's Trump's fault anymore, but the night it happened, they were demanding his head on the plaque. You don't see no toting of the line at all on that.
You mean like Congress and stuff?
I mean like the vice president. I mean like McCarthy. I mean like Lindsey Graham said you should have shot the protesters in the head. You didn't see none of that, huh?
Oh, no. You know why? Because Elon's in play.
What does that got to do with it? They were toting the line before Elon came along.
You don't. So let me be clear. Elon has had a conversation with Congress. You can go look it up, and he tells you all about it. And he tells them, if you do not align with the America First agenda in 2026, I'm going to make sure that I fund whoever wants to primary you.
But you just said Republicans do not toe the line anymore.
They don't.
But you just admitted Elon got them all in line.
Lindsey Graham came out yesterday and wants to give another $175 billion to Ukraine. There's a difference in Republicans and MAGA. MAGA is independent thinkers. Republicans are not. They are Democrats.
MAGA is independent thinkers.
Absolutely, yes. That's why you see us like, you know, Martin Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert and that crazy bitch Laura Loomer. That's why they're all fighting on X. Yes, I mean, do you ever go on X and see MAGA at each other's throats like every day?
Well,
just like the Pennsylvania, the guy who changed the Pennsylvania votes, I forget his name. You know, he likes men, and some MAGA were coming after him, and the rest of MAGA was like, sit down, shut up, mind your business, do not talk like that. They were at each other's throats over that. Like, we're always bickering amongst each other because we're independent thinkers. Absolutely.
Okay, okay. I mean, and there's nothing wrong with being the author of independent thought. I don't necessarily see that, but there's nothing wrong with it. That's how you should be. In fact, that's how you should be. So,
and why aren't Democrats that way? Why? I'm telling you, take notice, right? Democrats always are together, no matter what. That's a problem.
Really? You didn't see them interrupting Kamala Harris and Biden's rallies yelling "Free Palestine"? They didn't even vote for them. You didn't see any of that, huh?
Yeah, I did. But I believe,
what was that, though?
Those are employees of USAID.
Muslims in Dearborn County are employers of USAID. The ones that did not vote, the ones that came to the Kamala Harris and Biden rallies yelling free, those are USAID employees?
Well, they're paid by the USAID, yeah.
You got Hispanic counties in southern Texas that have not voted red in generations, that actually went red. Those are, what are they? I mean, you said the Democrats are all in line with each other. Several counties that have been blue since our entire lives flipped. But you say the Democrats are all in line.
They flipped because of the border. It was because of their safety. When something directly affects you, you say all the time that you like Bill O'Reilly, right? He's your guy, right?
Love him.
Bill O'Reilly said it best. People care about what directly affects them.
Then they're not in line. They're independent thinking. If you're think about what you just said. You said people.
Democrats as in the people. I'm talking about the party. I'm talking about elected officials. I'm not talking about people.
I'm talking about both. You think Fetterman? He's a Democrat. You think he's in line with the Democratic Party?
How did he vote? Did he vote for any of Trump's people?
He's hanging with him now. Joe Manchin. He's a Democrat.
Vote for him.
Joe Manchin. What about Joe Manchin?
I like Joe Manchin, to be honest.
What about Kristen Sinema?
What about her?
You said Democrats are always in line with each other.
They left the party. They're independent.
Because they weren't in line. Because they were not in line. They had independent thought.
They left the party, though. They're not still sitting there voting blue no matter who. Let's blow all these blue policies no matter what, and that's what the fucking Democrats.
I'm giving you all sorts of examples.
They're not pro people. They're anti-Trump. They're not pro people.
I'm giving you all sorts of examples, and every time somebody thinks on their own or leaves the party, you got an excuse for why that doesn't count. You said all Democrats are in line.
That's the party because it's a tote-the-line party. Do you actually listen to what they say?
I'm listening to what you are saying, and I'm giving you counter examples.
Kristen Sinema calls it a cult.
So
does Tulsi Gabbard. So does Lindy Lee. She raised millions of dollars for Kamala Harris. She was on Piers Morgan the other day calling the Democrat Party, meaning the people in Washington, D.C., a cult.
Okay, I do got to move it on, but here's where you and I have the disagreement. You're saying the Democratic Party all toes the line, but yet you're naming all sorts of examples that's seen all kinds of problems with the Democratic Party while being Democrat and left the party.
Those people left. They left the Democrat Party. That's not a cult. The Democrat Party is the cult. I'm sorry, they are.
All right, fair enough. Appreciate you coming in. Doors always open to you. Thank you.
Absolutely. See you later, honey.
You too. All right, moving on to the program. As I say, folks, we are open to all conversation. Me and my last guest didn't agree on much at all, but she's always welcome back. Looking in the comments right off the bat, Will G. Trump ain't shit. That's what he always says. I love it. Says, trying to fire CIA agents for DEI, isn't the CIA the international arm of the United States? Don't you need different walks of life? Yeah, but I think we're going to be doing a little bit less of the people of color and the female thing. Look like going forward. Based, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, if you're a person of color or a woman, it just seems like it's becoming natural for the right to think you may be DEI. I mean, it's as if for some. I think what was it, Jon Stewart? I had a clip from Jon Stewart. I have on my TikTok account. I wish I had it queued up now, but he believes that they're doing this because they want the default position for competence to go back to being a white guy. Remember back in the day, if you got on a plane and you seen somebody in the cockpit other than a white dude, you kind of wondered. You know, if you went to you go to the doctor and the guy wasn't white, you kind of wondered where you literally the picture of competence was always a white guy. You just weren't used to seeing, you get an astronaut and it's a woman or a person of color. You're like, I don't know. The position for competence was always a white guy. And that's what Jon Stewart believes they're trying to go back to. Because anybody else, well, you only got the gig because you're a woman or because you're Hispanic or because you're gay or because you're. Will G once again says, MAGA ain't shit. Trump basically saying that he is the judge, jury, and executioner through executive action after crying about Biden and his weaponized DOJ. And I gotta agree with that because Trump is clearly using the justice system to go after enemies. I don't think that's up for debate. He's clearly using the justice system to go after enemies and reward friends. That whole deal with the New York mayor over the whole the mayor of New York, that guy is facing a bunch of indictments. All of a sudden, he promises to help out with the border with Tom Homan, Trump's border czar, and suddenly the DOJ wants to give him some kind of pseudo pardon. That's a weaponized DOJ, and I think everybody realizes that he made a deal with Trump, and all of a sudden his charges are going away. How is that not weaponized? It's literally the opposite of using the DOJ to attack people. You're using it to assist people you like. Salt Lake City, Utah says rarely popular. Salt Lake's a great town. Love it there. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Some of those farmers are screwed because they sent their produce through USAID. In regards to that, I'm asking that question. Why does it appear as if all of the stuff that's being targeted affects the working class and the poor? For the upper class, they ain't nothing happening that's really affecting them at all. It's people losing their gigs. It's entitlements going away. So it's the working class and people who are below the working class that are taking the brunt of what's going on. Why is that? Going back to the box, we'll start it out with Dencal. Good evening, Dencal. Welcome to the program. Tim, you didn't catch that when Ukraine president said, "No, now Putin, no." I don't quite get what you're saying. What you said, I didn't catch it when the Ukraine president said, "Now Putin, no." I don't get that one. Explain that. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Are we now allied with Russia?
Yes, the administration, the most part, is aligned with Russia. Yes.
So Russia is our ally now, and Putin is the enemy.
No, Putin's not the enemy.
Not Putin. I mean Zelensky. The Ukrainians. Is the Ukraine our enemy now?
Yes, the Ukrainians have been milking us of our blood and treasure.
Damn.
And Vladimir Putin has been on the right side of history, and he was only defending himself against the radical regime.
Take your time with that bullshit. Keep going.
I'm just saying that's what Trump is saying.
Yeah,
Trump
it is
saying, he's saying Zelensky started it, and the only way to move forward is to have Ukraine go through an election where him and his buddy Elon happen to have the best election apparatus, in the history of the world. And I guarantee it translates to Ukraine too, where he has his Starlink.
Yeah. How did we get here? Like, I mean, most of the free world, do we have any ally at all out of all of our NATO, UN, the United Nations? Do we have any allies at all that believe that the Russians are the victims in this, other than what Trump is saying?
Look, this boils down to what we were saying in
Appreciate
the beginning,
it,
what
JP.
we all knew, and they called us deranged and everything. It's always been about Russia, Russia, Russia. His efforts have always been about how to allow Russia to achieve their goals.
Shit, so what are their goals then? We need to start considering that then. What exactly are their goals? Is it to annex the Ukraine?
Yes, they want to annex most of the land. And from what I can understand from the negotiations and everything is that they want to, America wants to extract, 50%.
That's the rare earth minerals. Yeah, the rare. So what are we going? So what are they going to do? Team up and divide the Ukraine among Russia and the U.S.?
Yes.
Damn. You really think that's going to happen? You really think that could happen?
If they have an election, it will for sure be rigged.
Yeah.
Donald Trump will have everything to do with it. Him and Elon Musk will be dead square in the middle of it. And there will be nothing that Russia can do once they put a Russian-friendly person as the president.
So put in some. It got to be like Hamid Karzai in Afghanistan. Put a traitor into the country so he'll just sign his country away.
How we've been doing since the beginning, even though we say we don't, which is regime change.
Yeah. Wow.
To our liking.
So now Trump is only supposed to be in there for 4 years. That's how our system works. Let's say he does go away after 4 years and we get another president in there. How long does it take to undo some of this stuff?
The damage will already be done. I don't believe there's any way to go in and redo all of the stuff that he's did. I mean, it would be almost impossible to go back and rehire all of these people for these positions and reestablish what he's taken apart. And I've seen Elon Musk even say it. He says the point is to do so much damage that it would take a decade or so to restore what they've already broken. So they know what they're doing.
He used the word damage.
I don't know if he said disorganized or but the ultimate meaning was to mess up so much stuff, to rearrange so much stuff that you just won't be able to recreate it.
So, I mean, how does this end up if you had to? Because obviously we see what's going on, but this is on a global scale. So for the average working man and woman, what's going on with the Ukraine and what's going on in Russia doesn't really affect us, so to speak. But do you see any possible hardships that you and I, regular average folks, may be facing from this?
Well, ultimately, I mean, when you displace, and I just use the Israel-Gaza thing, when you displace millions of people and you force them to go places where they're either not wanted or don't want to go, you create a situation where there will be attacks on the Israeli, territory for decades from people that aren't afraid to unalive themselves, because they believe in the greater good of their cause. So they may not be doing the same thing from the inside of Gaza, but I guarantee you they'll be doing the same thing from the outside once they get pushed out.
Yeah, I could definitely see acts of boom, so to speak, acts of terror taking place if we take Gaza. Certainly in that region.
They would definitely not allow their land to be turned into a French Riviera and they'll just go sit quietly in the desert somewhere in Jordan. It's not gonna happen.
Well, it depends if it's the United States and Israel involved. You're right. You're gonna have folks from all over the region wanting to blow things up. But if they can somehow convince the Saudis and the Jordanians and the Egyptians, which I can't imagine how, but if they can convince them that there's something in it from you and we'll make it a Muslim paradise or something of that nature, it's possible they could get away with it. But everybody knows at the helm, Netanyahu and Trump is making all the money from it. So I don't see.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not, from my understanding and my reading of literature and stuff, that's not how the Middle Eastern people look at things. Like, oh, if you give me something of money, because remember, this is a religious crusade. They believe that the infidels have invaded their land. They're never going to accept, well, you gave me something nice in return. They've been fighting for this land for centuries. They're not going to stop because we give them a few $1 billion or we make them a nice hotel resort. Like, that's not, they don't view the world like that.
Well, I don't know about that, because when the Iranians and the Iraqis were at war, we were giving them something nice, and we had a good relationship with both of them. I mean,
no, we did.
You don't think we had it? I mean, there was a time when Americans could go to Tehran and take a vacation. You don't see that at all. I mean, there was a time when we were on a decent relationship with Iran.
You talking about back before like the Bush?
Yeah, we're talking about in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, we're talking about going way back.
Yeah. That's a long, that was before we had implanted ourselves in the Middle East. Like, they fine with us coming to spend our money, but when we start establishing bases and we started making strategic moves to decide if Saddam could be the president, if he don't act right, then we'll take him out. You know, when we started getting integral, because their rally cry was just leave, just get out of our country, and it's always been like that. And for us to think that we're gonna right smack dab in the Middle East set up this beautiful place where everybody can go and have fun, it's not gonna work out like that.
Well, but what about I'm with you on Gaza. I definitely believe if we take Gaza along with Benjamin Netanyahu, things are going to be going boom in that region. But what about Ukraine? If we divide the Ukraine up, considering that there are a lot of pro-Russian people that live in that country, could that actually work? Because there was a time when Russia had control of the Ukraine.
The reason, and there's also a reason why it was split up.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why there were all of these autonomous, or these countries that developed. And I mean, just saying that we could just divide it and we get to decide, that's not how places around the world think. They don't think like America gets to decide who our presidents are.
Shit, we've been doing it. I mean, did we not play a part in the division of North and South Korea, North and South Vietnam at the time? I mean,
and you see how a lot of that worked out. They still don't have a good relationship with us. Yeah. One side of those,
but we are literally going around the world and chopping up people's territories and shit like that.
And I'll give you something to put a pin in too. All of this stuff about we going around and we're threatening Jordan and Egypt and them. If you don't take these people, we're going to sanction you. We're going to do this. We're talking about sanctioning our biggest trade allies. Mexico and Canada. What's going to happen is that once we abandon them fully, like once Europe realizes that we've abandoned them fully, other countries are going to be starting to be attracted to BRICS.
I'm surprised. Hey, you know something? I agree with you, and I'm surprised it's not happening now. If I was in Europe, and let's say for instance, if I'm in the EU, or I'm in the G8 or whatever the hell they call it, I would start pulling a Trump and publicly speaking out and saying, China, give us a call. I mean, Russia, give us a call. If the United States don't have our back, maybe somebody else can work with us. If you're going to charge us, the United States wants this much. I need somebody to call me who's willing to take a little bit less. I mean,
you better believe there are back channel negotiations.
No, I would do it publicly, though. I agree with you, back channel, but I would pull a Trump. Trump does it publicly.
They don't want to do it publicly just yet. I guarantee you, by the time they divide up, well, what they're trying to do, divide up Ukraine. once that comes to fruition, you'll see it. You'll see it, because that's been one of the main situations that people are looking at, because really this whole thing was designed to protect Europe. Like, once he gets past Ukraine, what'll he look to gobble up next? Will it be Poland?
That's what everybody in the region, Romania, right, and all of the closer countries are.
I think they'll hold their nose until that comes to fruition.
That's a bad move. I mean, you see the train coming down the tracks. You don't need to sit there and wait till it gets closer to make sure it's a train. You can feel the train vibrating. You see that light. You know that's a train. You don't need to sit here and wait until a few people down the track get ran over to see this. I mean, they need to be moving now, in my opinion. But
I agree. But they treading on thin ice. So they got their surrogates out there saying it, but the top people, bro, that's a big thing to, go away from all of the international order that the United States has created and all of the economic advantages.
They're not going away from it. The United States is. I mean,
but before you finally pull the trigger and get on that bus and escape an abusive marriage, you want to make sure everything is everything.
Oh, here's my point. I would look at it like this. If I'm sitting around the table with these other folks and they're saying what you're saying, let's wait and see. I'm like, you see how much money and what he's doing to his own people? You think he's going to keep giving us aid when he's taking it away from other Americans who are complaining about they're losing their jobs and aid? He just ain't had time to get around to your ass. He's going to come. I mean, he's doing it to his own people.
But I don't know. I don't know that the whole world sees the whole situation. And even America doesn't actually see the whole situation that's happening here. And don't forget that he's got control of all of these social media. He's running the algorithm of hell. He's probably running the algorithm of TikTok right now. He's got X.
My guess is you can get enough news from I think there's enough, whether it's papers, like you mentioned, TikTok and all this stuff, people can watch this around the world. You got American expats in all these countries. They know that Trump is over here shaking up things. I mean, unless you're just not paying attention, they know.
No doubt, shaking up things. But there's also there's a whole bunch of information that says the American people voted for them. This is what they wanted.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but you got a lot of crying Hispanics that might say otherwise. So,
you talking about? I don't know if you've seen the one I sent you about the lady who was talking about. She was singing, and Donald Trump was there.
I reposted it. Yeah, I reposted that. That's the definition of. Yeah, she's like, I love Trump and all that. And then it says 1 minute or a few minutes later, and he used us. Yeah, I mean. And I'm sure there are millions of those. She just was one that you got, there's film of her on stage supporting Trump. But I mean, I'm sure there's millions of those. But I got to move it on. But I mean, I would assume they know globally. And you see what happened with Zelensky. I mean, the world can see that all of a sudden the United States has did a 180-degree turn. And before I let you go, you think he'll survive? In regards to Vladimir Zelensky, do you think he's going to survive this? Because if he gets captured, I don't think the United States is going to negotiate on his behalf at all. And Biden already had stopped an assassination attempt on his life by Russia. Trump would not do that. Do you think he'll survive this whole melee?
I don't know. I would hope, because he's definitely the type of leader that they need. But in these times and what's going on, it's hard to say that he would be able to survive in that region of the world with no, the Europeans have plowed the help. Did you see how he's hedging his bets with those minerals?
I know he said he's not going to let the United States take them.
Yes, and he went on a worldwide tour. He went to the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, and he's taking orders on those minerals. He said,
so he gonna sell them.
United States wants us to use it to pay them back for what they gave us. What would you offer us? And when you start offering these other countries These countries are going to start consolidating. And once BRICS gets going and they get their head out of their ass and they adopt one universal currency, the United States is going to be fucked.
Hopefully we don't get to that point. Didn't Cal? Always a pleasure.
We already there, man.
Not yet. No, don't say it. I gotta go. Hopefully Dencal is wrong. By the way, tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up. Certainly we can do 20,000 at this point. There's enough of you folks in here. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Let your thumbs not be lazy. I can't find my damn timer controller, so I can't change my timer. That's what I was squirming around looking for, and I don't know where that shit's at. So if you see me squirming, oh, I got it. Okay, so anyway, moving on with the program. And I see in the comments, Rainmaker says we're there as well. I hope you guys are wrong. I mean, at this point, we still have our financial freedom and things like that. So we're not quite there. You still can buy a car. You still go to work. You got a decent income. We're not quite there yet. So I'm not going to pretend like that it doesn't look like we're headed down the path to something bad. But hopefully it's fear-mongering, and hopefully it never takes place. All right, continuing on with the program, I did want to respond to a super chat. Johnny Robinson says, I work with a bunch of so-called constitutionalists, and they had nothing to say about Trump giving himself all these new powers. Trump is our new king. I will say this. He is able to move with impunity from the right. And now, I get that the right believes he's making the right moves to begin with. Fair enough. But no criticism at all. Like you okay with all of the fires? I mean, you don't hear them saying anything. And keep in mind, there's almost an absolute certainty that he is firing MAGA and putting Trump supporters out of work in this stuff. So come to midterms, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting because a lot of MAGA's getting fired right now. There's no denying that. Not to mention Trump did very well with the Hispanic vote. That ain't going to happen again. That is not going to happen again. There's going to be some hell to pay in the midterms if we get to the midterms. But the voting, I would assume the voting makeup is going to be different in the next 2 years because so many things are happening that the people never knew was going to come down the pipe. Looking in the comments, we're getting close to getting the chip in our head on our hand. Without it, you can't buy or sell. You're saying that they're about to start putting chips in our heads and in our hands. You know, you go to the store and you use your credit card, you scan it. He said there's going to be a chip in your hand. So so if you want to rob somebody, just take off their whole damn hand. So you show up to the store with a fucking hand and you put it up. Is that what you're saying? They're going to put a chip in our hands and that's how you'll have currency? Wow. We'll see. I don't know if we're going to get that far here. That sounds like some freaky futuristic shit. Continuing on with the program, though. Don't know what I hit there, but Mr. Walter, good evening. Welcome to the show. His support is growing as the polls last week show. That is true. Mr. I think it says good citizen. Despite all the criticism, Trump's poll numbers do continue to remain strong. Now, Mr. Walter, you're not a Trump fan, correct?
Correct.
Why is his poll numbers remaining strong?
I think it hasn't, hit people. The economy hasn't really hit people. When I say the economy, I feel the economy is going to be going down, and I feel that the people who are getting benefits from the government is going to slowly be cut off. And that's when those things will happen. That's when that will happen.
Yeah.
The economy is a giant train and you can't stop it on a dime. But the things that they're doing now will affect it down the line.
But I'm hearing he's going to forego tips on overtime, or better yet, taxes on overtime, taxes on tips. I haven't heard them talk much about that since he's been in office, but that was something he ran on. Now, go ahead.
They have the budget. The budget proposed is out there for everybody to look at.
And that ain't in it.
None of that is in there.
That ain't
in it. Yeah. So there's your answer. That was bullshit. It was all bullshit.
So then it makes me ask the question, why are the things he's doing affecting predominantly the poor and working class? I mean, that's not even where the money is at. Because if he doesn't, if let's say because he promised to do the no taxes on tips and overtime, but if he doesn't do that, what is he doing that would actually be beneficial to the working class and the poor?
Yeah, he's not doing the goddamn thing. That's not his priority. Honestly, I don't think Trump is really calling the shots at this point. I think
you gotta be kidding me. What makes you say something like that?
People. I think the Project 2025 people put his executive orders in front of him. They give him the 2-minute speech about what they're doing, and he signs it, and then he goes off and golfs. Have you seen how much he's golfed in this first 30 days?
Something. Here's where my liberals are not going to like me for this, but I'm not going to hate on Trump golfing. He's accomplished so much, whether you like it or not. He's done a whole lot via executive order. He's been in front of the cameras a ton. He's taken a whole bunch of fucking interviews. He's willing to talk to the public anytime they ask him a question. But the amount of work he's put in, let the man go golfing. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, 30% of your presidency is golfing, but whatever. And like I said, how do you get so much done if you're the one doing it? He's not doing shit. He's sitting there and he's signing whatever they give him to sign, and he's out the door. He doesn't care. He doesn't like to read. You know this man's history.
But he is passing all sorts of laws and legislation. And I see in the comments, Pendulum Pause says, Tim, we need to pretend we didn't just hear you say that. That in reference to the golfing part. I mean, you don't think he's getting a lot accomplished? You may not like it. I get that part. But the right think this guy has done more in the first month than Biden did in the whole damn year.
Because they're morons. They don't understand what's actually happening. If you look at the shit that the Doge puts out there, and you saw the thing about this, like 800 billion that they saved on something, and it turned out to be 800 million, which was just a number that was a top tier possible budget that wasn't even awarded. They're just lying. Yeah. Here's my reason that they're lying. Okay, here's my proof. If you're going in and your goal is let's slash the budget, let's stop waste spending, the entire federal employment budget, the entire budget is less than one F-35. Why didn't they start with the biggest waste?
That's my question. In fact, from what I hear, they're talking about increasing the military budget.
Yeah, exactly. That's in the budget. That's in their proposed budget. They're increasing their budget, and they're increasing the debt limit by, I think, $4 trillion, I think it was. I mean, you can't tell me that that's their real goal. That's not their goal. So, but, they hear about, we're stopping people from getting condoms or whatever bullshit they're saying, and nobody looks into it. Nobody follows up with it. Nobody looks at a, credible news source to see, is that what they're doing? Is that really what they're doing?
Well, my take on it, and it turns out the condom thing was inaccurate as well. Elon, you're right. Elon, and by way of Elon, Trump too, because Trump is just following what Elon is telling him. And you're right. So a lot of the information they're giving out is inaccurate. Like the people receiving Social Security that's over 150 years old, all of that turned out to be inaccurate. But I mean, you do favor getting rid of waste in government, don't you?
Everyone does, Tim. Everyone does. And the truth is that we had people who do these things. And some of the shit that they said that they caught today, turns out that it was signed under Trump's first term. It's Congress appropriates the money and spends the money. And now they're going in and just saying, oh, look at this bullshit that they are spending. But that's not how it works. People are just dumb, and they don't understand that there's a process.
You're not trying to say that all Trump supporters in MAGA are dumb, are you?
No. I'm not saying all of them, but many of them, yes. I mean, he loves the.
But they're going to point out that a liberal can't even tell you what a woman is, so they're going to say that the liberals are dumb too.
Well, I mean, that's a stupid fucking argument. I mean, it doesn't mean a goddamn thing. American Academy of physicians have said that gender is not the same thing as, your sexuality or whatever. They're separate things, whatever. I don't even get into that thing. That's stupid ass shit. But
But that is what they're saying about the liberals, is that the liberals chase a bunch of, as you say, stupid ass shit. That's what
they do. They do. I mean, like fucking Nancy Pelosi wearing those like kente claws, and they do a lot of stupid shit. And I'm like ready for a whole new crop of progressives to take over that party, because it's all performative. And honestly, if you're a politician in general, I would say 90% of them are fucking psychos. I mean, they get into it for the wrong reasons. Like, I can think of a few people that I feel like got into it for good reasons. Bernie Sanders, for instance. Honestly, I feel like Joe Biden.
You just pissed off half of my audience. But I actually get what you're saying, because Bernie Sanders marshaled MLK and actually was locked up. I mean, he's noble. But for folks who don't understand what the hell you're talking about, explain why you're saying that Bernie Sanders got into it for good reasons.
He's walked the walk. He has always stood by the working man. Always advocated for unions and working conditions for all people, not taxing the middle class. And the exact opposite is what the MAGA movement is about. They're taxing us and giving the tax breaks. I mean, you've seen the charts, right, Tim? You've seen the charts of what the proposed budget is, that how it's going to affect the tax changes.
No, I have not seen that. But that's what I'm asking on the program, because even without seeing that, you can hear what he's doing, and I don't hear him doing. I'm waiting to the point where I can say, this sounds like it would be great for the working class. This sounds like this would be great for the downtrodden. I'm not hearing anything.
So if you make less than $400,000 a year, your taxes are going up. If you make more than that, your taxes are coming down.
And this has come directly from Trump, or is this something you saw on a liberal site?
This is their published budget. It is out there. It's not been voted on yet, but it's out there for you to look at.
Damn.
To people, for people, economists, everybody to analyze. You can do your own, analysis or whatever.
Because in my comments, the right is saying you're lying, the left is saying you're telling the truth. I see Twister says, "What proof do you have of this?" And then one person says you're telling the truth. The next person, Trade Alliance, says you're lying. So people are on both sides of this. One saying it's true, other saying it's false.
Well, I mean, this is the perfect example of what the problem is in this country. Everybody's got their own news sources. Yeah. Nobody trusts real news, which it used to. For me, that is Reuters and AP. I feel like they are very down the middle of the road, as far as analysis and so forth.
Well, the problem is that one of the problems is, certainly on the MAGA side of the aisle, if you run a news service or a source and you're critical of Trump in any way, then you're fake news. I mean, I don't know any news service that's allowed to criticize Trump. Well, even when Fox News began to be a little critical of Trump, they started attacking Fox. Of course, Trump started attacking Fox too, but you really can't have a news source that's critical of Trump without it being called fake news.
This guy is the most thin-skinned person. I mean, how do you live to be almost 80 or whatever he is? I don't even know his age. 80, whatever he is. 80 years old, and you're so thin-skinned that any critique of you immediately, is met with, a whiplash of retribution. Take a point, Zelensky, okay? He had been kind of pro-Zelensky in his previous conversations. Zelensky, they had this meeting.
Was he kind of pro? I don't think he's ever been pro-Zelensky.
I mean,
he just wasn't as anti-Zelensky.
No. But prior to today, he had been at least sort of middle of the road and possibly, supporting. He said some supporting comments about it. But today, Zelensky said, in reaction to them holding these talks without any Ukrainian representatives, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, because Zelensky said, we're not going to agree to shit if we're not in the meetings. Right.
And he also said that I think that Trump is living in a disinformation space. Okay, that's what set him off.
Yeah. I mean, because now you're lobbing an insult directly at him. He's basically saying you're living in misinformation. Like, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. But I don't know what, I'm still trying to get, I'm going to have to get MAGA on after you because I do want to figure out why is he blaming Zelensky and the Ukrainians for starting a war? I don't know where that's coming from, but I'll give you the last word.
Man, the last thing I would say is, between the posturing of the king hat and, and then the tweet was, he who serves his country does not violate any law. That is chilling.
He who serves his country. That sounds like the aftermath to January 6th. As long as you look out for me, as long as you serving me, you basically are, what do you call it? Immune.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
He's projecting what his plans are, and it's chilling.
He who serves his country violates no. Damn.
Yeah. It's actually saves. I said it wrong, but saves his country.
You got the point across. You got the point across. Shit. Yeah. All right, man. Anyway, I appreciate it.
It'll unfold as we see it. So,
Yeah. God. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. Moving on with the program. I need to hear from MAGA. Why is he saying that? I'll bring it up for a second. I'll bring up the clip before we move on with the program. Do want to respond to a couple super chats. Will G, you said the Zelensky situation with him saying that Putin is afraid of Trump was 100% ego stroking. You're telling me that Zelensky was trying to stroke Trump's ego? Well, that backfired. I'd be curious if that's what you're talking about. Because Zelensky did say that Vladimir Putin was scared of Trump. He did say that. And Will is saying that he was only saying that to stroke, it was only because of ego stroking. So are you saying that Zelensky was trying to stroke Trump's ego? Like I said, that really, really backfired if that's the case. Before I move on, I'm going to try to miss a super chat. It says, William Erazo, Trump won't be on the ballot. You got to elaborate more on that. What's making you... Now, I was talking about the midterms, too. I think if things go the way they're going now, the midterms can be very interesting. Because, like I said, MAGA is getting hurt. A lot of the Hispanics that voted for Trump, they're getting hurt. A lot of federal employees are MAGA. So come the midterms, they're going to take it out on some Republicans. Trump won't be involved in it because he's already in the office, but... Come midterms, if things don't get better, my guess is some Republicans are going to pay the price for standing idly by while Trump is doing things that are hurting people. Saving the taxpayers' money is often getting rid of entitlements that a lot of poor Americans need. They're not going to vote for another 2 years of that when it comes to the midterms. So we'll see what happens. But you say Trump is not going to be on the ballot. You mean going forward in 2028? Yeah, hopefully you're right. That's how it's supposed to work. He has 4 more years, and that's it. But there's a lot of folks speculating that Trump will try to run again. So we'll leave that at that. Going back to the box, Let's Talk Network said that's not true. Elaborate on that. What part is not true? Let me know what your point is. William Marazzo says, so how will Americans react when our allies align with China and stop the dollar? What will happen to the economy? Well, if our allies start aligning with aligning with China and the value of the U.S. dollar goes down, a lot of Americans will blame it on Trump, but a lot of Trump supporters will probably blame it on the allies or blame it on China. Because keep in mind, there's a small percentage, I won't even say small, I'd say at least 20 to 30% of the American voters are going to ride with Trump no matter what. So if they get pissed off at what Trump is doing and they start becoming aligned with China, as you say, William, and it causes the U.S. dollar to fall, well, Trump is going to state why that's happening, and whatever reason he gives is not going to be with it being his fault. He's going to blame it on somebody else. And that 20 to 30% that supports Trump no matter what are going to believe that. So we'll have to see what happens, but they can blame it on China, of course, if they're the ones that they're aligning with. They can blame it on China. They can blame it on our allies for jumping ship. There's a host of other things that'll happen. And Trump is not going to take credit for it. So we'll have to see what happens. Looking in the comments, Trump ain't perfect, but guess what? He's better than what we had 100%, says LV. I think that says, well, a lot of folks agree with what you're saying, that he's not perfect, but he's better than the likes of Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. But he's only been in office for a month. I would assume that if you talk to most of the people that are getting fired, they would disagree with you. I think there's a whole lot of Hispanic voters that might now disagree with you. I'm 100% sure the ones that were interrupting Kamala Harris and Joe Biden rallies yelling "Free Palestine," they all disagree with you. So it depends on who you talk to for what you're saying, because where were they calling Joe Biden genocide, Joe? Well, Trump came along like the Joker. Where did they get a load of me? I'm sure that they would disagree with you now. Matt, good evening. Welcome to the program, Matt. He's doing what he said he would do. And more, James Richard. And more. Matt, good evening.
Hey, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing good. We've had a month or so of Trump in there. How satisfied are you?
Well, I would say probably 80, 90%. I just want to touch on one quick thing.
Sure.
That the previous guest had on there.
Sure. What you got?
We're talking about Zelensky. I actually watched the Munich Security Conference when Zelensky was speaking. He did say that, yep, Ukraine needs to have a seat at the table as well as the EU. And he made a really telling statement.
Why should he even have to say that? I mean, why would you be negotiating the end of a war between Russia and Ukraine without the Ukraine present? How does that even look?
So here's my take on that is ultimately, I believe that Trump's looking at this and saying, okay, Russia, what is your bottom line? And come back, because I'm sorry, it's going to be easier to negotiate with Ukraine than it is with Russia.
Yeah, but why not have them there together? You could have a representative from both countries there together. It sounds like they are doing what you're saying. Russia, what's your bottom line? And they're going to go to Ukraine and, for the most part, tell them take this or leave this. It doesn't look like the Ukraine get a say so in this at all.
And I believe that's. I'm not saying that that's correct, but I think that's what's happening. And when Zelensky said that the EU needs to have a seat at that table as well, he said this is a European war. The EU needs to have a seat at this as well. And I agree. This is a European war. And I think that MAGA in general is saying, okay, this is a European war. The need for NATO is going away. If we look at the largest threat to the U.S. anyway, is coming from China and the Pacific. If you look at how we're increasing our allies and where we're really backing them, it's in the Pacific. It's in Australia.
You think that okay? So like what my last caller was saying, if we start saying the time for NATO is come to an end, like my last caller suggested, is it not possible that some of the countries we used to be allied with, known as NATO, may start joining China?
Is it potential? I can see some. I can't see the UK saying, okay, let's go ahead and go with China.
Why would you want to lose any of them?
Definitely do not want to lose them. However, at the end of the day, what it comes down to is the European wars are not going to affect the United States as far as militarily. The days of NATO used to be, hey, we're going to have issues in the Middle East and we need to have military partners to go ahead and do that. We're not interested.
Wait, you said you're saying the European wars are not going to affect the United States. When has that ever happened? European wars always affect the United States. Do they not affect the dollar? Do they not affect trade? When does that not happen?
No, they absolutely do as far as economically. I'm saying militarily. It's not affecting the United States.
Yeah, well, we got bases and assets all over the European theater. If all of a sudden some of our allies start losing wars or no longer being our allies, won't we lose bases and assets everywhere?
And would that be a bad thing?
It ain't gonna make us stronger.
I might disagree with you on that one.
So you think if we start losing bases in regions, we don't get any weaker in that region?
If we lose bases in, for example, Germany, I would be okay with that.
That ain't what I'm asking you, though. If we lose bases in Germany, do we lose power in Germany?
I would say no.
Explain that.
And here's the reason. Here's the reason why I say no. Okay, so as of right now, yes. I think the bases, if you look at historically over the last 70 years, the billions and billions of dollars that we've pumped into the German economy just by having our soldiers there. You know, you think of the contractors, everything else that goes in there. Mm-hmm. Do we lose power in Germany? Ultimately, I think Germany is the strongest country within the EU, and yep, we do lose some sway over Germany. But what are we getting in return?
We're getting in return, like I said, we're to some degree we're making a lot of control over there. Like a lot of the ongoings of that country, we're involved in it. I mean, we're involved in their politics, we're involved in their trade, we're involved in a whole lot of things that are going on over there.
True, but what are we getting in return? I mean, like how is that benefiting us?
The U.S. dollar for one. I mean,
and what's the alternative? China,
Russia. I mean, there could be others, smaller superpowers that kick in. You just don't know. I mean, put it this way. Whatever, we're at the top right now in terms of countries globally. We're the number one superpower. If we start getting rid of NATO and things like that, what you're suggesting, we're probably not going to be number one very long.
I don't understand how. You know what I'm saying? Like to say, okay, we're going to pick China, who's going to bully Taiwan, who's going to bully Japan, who's going to threaten the Philippines. You know what I'm saying? Like really, that's what the EU is going to go to?
Well, the reason why I'm saying that is because every spot we vacate, you're going to have other folks trying to fill that void. I mean, China and Russia alike would love to have our stature on, they would love for their dollar to be the one. I mean, they would love to have our stature. And every place you vacate, that's another avenue for them to go down.
It does create a vacuum. And perhaps I wouldn't even say Russia or China. I can see simply, the EU currency coming up directly against the dollar. But like I said, it's one of those where when Zelensky comes out and says this is a European war, America is coming back on current.
He wasn't saying that though until Trump got in there. He said it's a European war because he now knows the United States under Trump is not reliable. He would have never said nothing like that under Biden.
True, but that's what he's understanding. Zelensky now understands America's done footing the bill.
Well, but when he says it's a European war, he's not really saying it's a European war. He's trying to be nice and say that the United States has told us to fuck off. I mean, that's really what he's saying without coming out and saying it.
No, I'm going to have to disagree because, like I said, I watched the entire thing. Prior to that statement, he said, the U.S. has an ocean between them. They do not understand how dire the situation is. And so it's up to the EU and Ukraine to go to the United States and explain the importance of this, and that this is a European war.
But that goes back to what I said. When you say he said there's an ocean, but the U.S. has an ocean between us, they do not understand how dire this is. What he really is saying is that Trump doesn't understand how dire this is. Biden was coming to their country and walking down the streets with Zelensky. Biden was in constant communication with Vladimir Zelensky. There was no way in hell he would have thought that Biden does not know how dire this is because Biden was constantly talking about the need to push back push back Russia. He's actually saying Trump, but what he's saying is the United States doesn't realize how dire it is. But no, it's Trump that is downplaying what's going on.
I would agree with that. Yeah,
That's what I said. That's what I said. He's trying to be cordial and not come across as if he's directly attacking Trump. But that's really what's going on. All of the statements he's saying, he would not have said any of this stuff when Biden was in office. If there is one person that really wished that Trump had not won and that Biden or Kamala Harris, Zelensky is probably by far the biggest because he's lost the most.
So do you have any concern about Article 5 being invoked if the war doesn't end?
What do you mean? But explain me. I'm drawing a blank on article. Explain that.
So under NATO, attack on one is an attack on all.
Oh, okay. Wait, yeah, the Three Musketeers type shit. But Ukraine is not part of NATO.
Correct, but I'm saying if the war doesn't end, do you have any concern? I mean, right now,
not with Trump in there. No, if Trump is in there, I know my MAGA side of the hour is not going to like when I say this, but Trump is known for breaking treaties and breaking agreements. If one of the NATO member countries got attacked and Trump does not really like that country, they cannot depend on the United States to help them. Even though we've signed into the agreement, attack on one is good as an attack on all, under Trump, if he does not care for the leader of that country, that agreement is not even worth the paper it's written on. He'll we've seen the guy with the Paris Accord. We've seen him with the Iran deal. We've seen him talk about NAFTA. He will get out of an agreement. Our signature on the dotted line don't mean shit to him. So, no, I don't think Article 5 is reliable under Trump.
So yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that if Russia was to invade Poland, and let's say he was going to stick to that, does that not concern you?
I'm not for sure. Trump
I don't want U.S. soldiers to have to go over there and fight a European war. I don't want us engaged in that.
So you want him to violate Article 5 if Poland gets attacked?
Yes.
I don't like that.
I'm a disabled veteran. I have been overseas. I have had my country send me to places I shouldn't have been. I just can't support it.
To me, you sound like the United States leading up to World War II. We didn't want to get involved. We didn't want any skin in the game until that shit started getting so big. We didn't have a choice because they started attacking us too. You would sit back and let Russia become bigger and bigger and bigger. Maybe China get involved just like Japan started joining them. You literally are watching the Axis powers form in front of your face like a transformer. But because you're not getting hit, I don't really want to get involved in it. But then at some point they're going to get so big they're going to start saying, well, now we're probably ready to start tackling the United States. So if you sign the dotted line, you got to honor your agreement, in my opinion.
I guess we'll just have to disagree on that one.
Yeah. To me, and I'll say this as well, if Poland or one of the members of NATO gets attacked and the United States takes the stance that you're suggesting, we probably won't have anybody trust us for at least the rest of our natural lives. Why would you trust the United States ever again if you see something like that happen? I say this on the program all the time because of all the other treaties we've been violating over the years, starting with the fact that the term Indian giver was created because what we were doing with the Native Americans, giving them agreements and just breaking them. I always say, God bless anybody that trusts the United States. I don't know why people get into agreements with us because it's pretty clear that if we don't like the terms in the future, we'll violate it. Yeah, we'll sign it to make you happy now or if it helps the economies and things like that. But in the future, if we don't like it, we just won't honor it. To me, your word is your bond. You don't just say, I don't want to send anybody over here to get involved, so we're going to violate it. Didn't you know when you signed this that if somebody attacked, that was part of what could happen?
To say that the agreements on, how do I say this? We signed the Constitution that said that back in when we signed it, you were 3/5 of a person. We realized that was a mistake,
right,
and came back and fixed that. Now, did we go back on our agreement?
They didn't come back and fix it. We had to have a whole damn war to get those rights.
I agree, but that's what I'm saying, though, is that all of the states, all 13 colonies agreed to one thing, and then we're like, nope, that's not right, and we went to war over it. So
I get your point. Then do an amendment. Okay, if you don't want to participate in the provisions of NATO, then publicly state we're getting out. Don't have them thinking some shit is there that they have to hold themselves to that you're not. Just come out and say we're no longer involved in NATO. You can't depend on us, but at the same time, we won't depend on you. Just come out and say it. Don't sit there.
And I agree on that one.
Yeah, don't sit back and still collect all of the fruits of it but knowing that you're not going to carry your end of the bargain if something happens. That's wrong.
I agree. You and I completely agree there.
All right, fair enough. I hope we don't do what you're saying. I got to move it on, but I know there's a lot of Americans that agree with you. Certainly, if a nation like Poland got attacked, I know there's a lot of folks, particularly on the right, that would probably agree with you. And I'm not for certain Trump would not agree with you as well. Certainly, if Russia did the attacking, I think you would have the same opinion as Trump on that. But I got to move it on. Appreciate you coming through. All right. Moving on with the program. Like I said, I keep saying this all over and over again. God bless the countries that keep getting into deals with the United States. We break shit. We are not a trustworthy nation. We do not honor our word at all. And people just keep getting in deals with us. I mean, that's the whole deal about Saddam Hussein was attacking his own people. Because his people rose up against him during that whole Desert Storm, Desert Shield shit. Because we told him, if you rise up against Saddam, we'll help you out. They rose up and we left. And they got slaughtered. Then years later, well, we got to go back in there. He's killing his own people after lying about the weapons of mass destruction. I don't know why people keep getting it. I don't get it. You can't depend on the United States. I don't know why people keep doing that. Thoughts on $5,000 check refunds. I haven't heard about $5,000 check refunds. What am I being refunded for? Are you talking about tax? I haven't heard anything about that. But I'll tell you it would bring around a little bit more favorable ratings for Trump, because right now I don't see anything that's in it for the average working man. Okay, you're saving the taxpayers a ton of money. Well, if a person is walking around making, $30, $40, $50,000 a year, or whatever the case it may be, what is the average salary in America? $60,000 or whatever the hell it may be. Saving them a few pennies on taxes ain't really making a big difference in their lives. If you're bragging that you're saving billions, damn near $1 trillion or whatever, people need to see something tangible. Now, if you give them a $5,000 check, that would shut people up, as Sean is saying. It would shut some people up. It would make him be viewed more favorable. But right now, all I can see is him doing things for people on the upper levels. I don't see the working man, and particularly those who need entitlements. I don't see anything in this for them other than satisfying their critique of maybe the LGBTQ, or he's gotten rid of DEI and CRT. Yay for that. But this ain't lowering the price of eggs. This ain't doing shit for your grocery bill. Okay. To me, the things he's done so far, and I'll go back to the box, and I'm going to ask you to tap the screen, get the likes up to about 40,000. But to me, tap the screen, get the likes up. For as far as I've seen so far, okay, we know about the whole CRT, DEI, and all of this shit. He's done a lot in that area. We know about recognizing two genders and all of that. As far as I'm concerned, most of the things that Trump has done, even with the condoms and all of this other bullshit, money going overseas, USAID, all of that stuff to me amounts to watching the Philadelphia Eagles win the Super Bowl for a Philadelphia Eagle fan. Makes you very happy. Doesn't do a damn thing for your life, though. You sat around, you watched the Eagles win, yay. But at the end of the day, did it lower groceries? Did it make your life different at all? Did it improve your life at all? None of that stuff does, okay? You can't go and play on a female sports team if you were born a biological male. Yay, that sounds good. Yeah, but how does that change your life? What does that do for you? Does that lower the price at the pump? No, it literally is like watching your favorite team win a game. You get to celebrate. But at the end of the day, you're going back to work tomorrow. All of the same financial struggles in your life remain. But you can talk about who scored the last touchdown. That's all it sounds like. Looking in the comments real quick. Yes, the Zelensky situation was an ego stroke to Trump. Trump is a female dog in his tone when talking about Putin and Zelensky. I really want the United States to vouch for Ukraine, but it's clearly not happening. And I don't think it's going to happen. I do believe that the relationship between Vladimir Putin and Trump is a friendly one, almost friendly. And I think that Putin, similar to the January 6th hostages, knew that if Trump won, things were going to get good for them. I'm pretty sure Putin already knew, because Trump was meeting with him when he was still down in Mar-a-Lago. So he already knew if this guy wins, things are about to get much better for us, just like the January 6 hostages did. And by the way, I'm pretty sure that Biden probably advised Zelensky, this guy has won. I'm going to do what I can for you for the next couple months, but I can't make any promises to you at all. This guy does not like you. I'm sure Biden has told him that. He knew what was coming down the pipe because it ain't like Trump was not trying to hide it. I mean, they've been calling Zelensky the corrupt one, talking about, the money we were sending, he was buying his wife Bugattis and shit. They've been painting Putin as a victim before Trump got elected. Let me go back to the box. Somebody says, yes, Trump is Putin's bitch. Damn, be kind. I'm really looking for MAGA to explain to me. I don't know if I got MAGA in here or not, but I'm trying to. Coach Cam, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. I am very happy with everything Trump has done. All these people saying this is what you voted for. Yes, it is. As I stated, he is definitely doing what he promised. Promises made, promises kept. But he's also going above and beyond. He didn't campaign on taking the Panama Canal and all that. I mean, he's doing more. And some of that stuff is hurting people. The mass firings, he talked about shrinking government. He didn't talk about chopping it to pieces. So he's going above and beyond. But Coach, good evening.
Good evening. I think here's the part that I think we're missing is that he's doing all of this stuff, but he's doing all of this stuff by executive order.
Right.
Which means all of it, no matter if you like Trump or you don't like Trump, he's setting a precedent for executive power now.
Well, I got to say, though, in his favor, it ain't like, because he does have a slim lead in Congress. You don't hear Congress really, or the right-wing side of Congress, they're not really bitching about all the executive orders because, in my opinion, they probably would side with it, all this stuff anyway. The Congress is not going to challenge him.
But that's the thing. If they were on the other side of it,
they would hate it. They would hate it.
And it would help them, once they're on the other side of it, to keep their power as Congress.
Yeah.
Like, instead of abdicating all of this power, the executive has the power to do this, and you're like, no, you hold the purse, you do all of these stuff. You can do all of the same things, but do it as Congress, and therefore you still hold the power.
It takes too long, though. He can move a lot faster via executive order. I get your point, and I agree with it. But what Trump is doing, in my opinion, is akin to committing crimes literally right in front of the police station, and they're just sitting out in front looking at you like, what is your job? I mean, I'm asking Congress that, like, what is your job? If you agree with him, then come out and say it, but you're not even, he's not even requesting your assistance. He's just doing whatever he want to do, and you guys are just watching him. So, go ahead.
And that's the thing. It's the whole TikTok ban. Like, him saying, we're just going to hold off on that. He doesn't have that authority, but everyone likes TikTok, so no one's really saying anything because, like, it was a law that was passed by Congress, signed into law by the president, and he's just like, let's put pause on that. I do want to push back on you a little bit.
But before you do, and you know I welcome pushbacks all day, every day with no censorship, but before you push back, for folks who are wondering when I gave the example of him out in front of the police station committing crimes, he's not committing crimes. Well, replace committing crimes or doing things that are unconstitutional, like the birthright citizenship. Some of the things he is doing, you do have to go through Congress. Even canceling the penny, for instance. You can't do that by executive order. That's an act of Congress. Yet I'm going to just do this, and the stuff is coming into fruition. You got judges that are even saying, I don't give you an order that this is clearly unconstitutional, and you're still just doing it anyway. So he's doing things literally right in front of Congress's face, at the police example, where they're just sitting there on their cars eating donuts and watching the kids across the street, just busting windows and doing everything. It's like a Black Lives Matter rally, if you know what I mean. But go ahead. Coach.
I would say if Russia invaded Poland, I'm not so sure that the United States would not be on Russia's side. Like, not even to the sense of, we're not going to we're not going to do anything. We're not going to. I think we would actively
Why?
be on Russia's side because if you listen to the things that Trump was saying about Zelensky, how he's a dictator, he's been in there. We need to have elections. He's the people don't want him. He's corrupt. We need to. What did he say? He started this. Like, he's basically reiterating Russian.
So you're going to send U.S. troops to attack Poland? I don't buy that. I don't think Trump would do that. I don't think he needs to. I think he would just sit back and let Russia have its way.
I don't think he would necessarily send U.S. troops, but the same aid that we sent to Ukraine, I could see him doing the same.
He would arm Russia to smash the Polish would be smashed pretty quick.
Listen, the way that he's talking is not in a manner of, hey, we're going to be non-committal, Russia, Ukraine, figure this out. If he was saying those kinds of things, then yeah, I could see, okay, if Poland gets invaded, then hey, non-committal, y'all figure it out. But it's not a non-committal thing. He's actively repeating Russian talking points.
He's repeating, but I can't imagine. I mean, what isn't that one of his claims to fame? One of his claims to fame is that under me we had no new wars. Do you think he'll keep that one up?
I think he can still say, "Oh, we had no new wars. I just gave them. They needed some stuff. They needed some money. They needed some things after fighting all that stuff with Ukraine. And I'm sure Poland was the aggressor. I'm sure Poland did this. It sounds crazy." But
no, it don't. I mean, Trump is unorthodox. I don't want to believe it, but under Trump, nothing really sounds crazy. Anything is possible. He is unpredictable. That's kind of one of his benefits. One of his strengths is nobody know what the hell he's going to do. But I want it to sound crazy, but it really don't.
And that's the thing, is because we know that he's just very unpredictable and he can do whatever. And we know that the only people that will really check him is the courts sometimes, and
at the lower levels.
Congress isn't going to do anything.
We know the courts at the lower levels.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where it won't even, like, he would probably sign an executive order, hey, we're sending this money to Russia, and Congress wouldn't even say, hey, we're the ones who hold the purse. They would just be like, oh, well, he has executive authority to do. He's the leader of the...
Do you think
and I tell you exactly what he would say. He is the leader of the Department of Defense, and the money that's coming is from the Department of Defense, so no, he doesn't need congressional approval in order to do it.
I can't counter you because, Congress is not countering him, so I can't say you're wrong because the Republican Congress is not really pushing back on Trump at all. So that's just, man... So, like I said, though, do you see him having another 4 years without any new wars breaking out? Because he's talking about everything from Panama to, what else is in there? Mexico, the cartel's been deemed as a terrorist outfit now, so anything could break out there. Hopefully he doesn't continue pushing with Greenland or making Canada the 51st state. But every one of these things, he is suggesting that the military is not off the table. And now with the Ukraine... I don't think we're going to use the military on Ukraine. Russia is going to be pretty successful if we no longer continue to help them. But do you see him surviving this whole term without us having a military conflict?
I think I want to say yes, but I that would be saying, oh, he's smart and he knows that he has to keep the people on his side. Because here's the thing. A lot of people...
You don't think Trump's smart? What? He's a billionaire.
Okay, here's the thing. He's not... I won't say that he's smart, but he knows... He is very aware of crowds and how crowds go and how to lead a crowd. Because think about it. He never stopped running for president. Like, he constantly had to be in front of crowds and stuff like that. Yeah. That's what he does.
That's what a politician's supposed to do. That's smart. Talk to the people. Shake hands and kiss babies. Press the flesh. That's what they used to do. Trump is going old school. He's doing what a politician's supposed to do. Sell yourself.
Here's what I would say. There was a TikTok that I saw where they said war starts in policy before, like, any sort of ammunitions or anything hit the ground. And a lot of the stuff that he's doing right now is strictly financial. Like, all of these tariffs, and things like that. Like that's not going.
That ain't gonna end. That's when people say that we need a businessman to run this country. What is the primary goal of business? To make a profit. That's why everything he is always saying is money oriented. I mean, he literally operates off of money. That's why when people say he can't be bought out, I'm like, that's bullshit. That's all he does. It's all he focuses on is money. If Elon Musk had donated $1 million instead of 200 and something million, think he'd be head of Doge? I mean, he bought his way in. Trump is transactional. He operates based on money.
But I think all of these financial things, these tariffs, like all of it, it's just going to make things harder for the American people. And I think you have to have some sort of buy-in if you're going to have military action against some country. You have to have some sort of buy-in from the American people. And if the American people have, like, they can't afford groceries, they can't get, things are getting more expensive, I don't think they'll be like, okay, well, how is invading this country going to help my prices go down? Like, why are we doing this? Like, how is this going to help my situation?
They're not asking that now. I mean, he's doing a whole lot of things now that's not helping the situation out. I got folks that are saying that his first 20 days or whatever are the best opening for a president ever. And he ain't done shit to address any of the stuff you're talking about. They're saying that he should be on the front of Mount Rushmore. Like, you gonna put the guy on the front of Mount Rushmore? Wow, it still costs $8 for a dozen of eggs. So I don't think it matters.
Well, here's the thing. There are his hardcore supporters who follow him no matter what, and he can do no wrong.
Right.
But I don't think that the majority of people, even the majority of people that voted for him, are those hardcore, he can do no wrong. Like, look at the lady from the Venezuelans for Trump.
She all over the internet. Somebody else brought it up earlier. She all over the internet.
Yeah, like, exactly. Like, she's like, oh, he's just going to get rid of the criminals and stuff like that. And then he's like, oh, yeah, those people that are here legally with the temporary status, yeah, we're getting rid of that. And she's like, what? And I think the more he starts to, like, those dominoes are going to fall.
I would like to know how her life is, because she got if she in the Venezuelan community, they got to be treating her like a child molester, because she's probably bad. Like, you really fucked up, lady. I get how you feel, but you really fucked up. Like, she deserves whatever comes her way, in my opinion. Like, because that's how MAGA would do it. If you had somebody on there that was endorsing Nancy Pelosi or Biden or some shit like that, and it turned out as bad as it did for Venezuelans, yeah, MAGA would be like, get a rope. I mean, so, like, paste pecan sauce, get a rope. Like, I mean, she deserves whatever's coming up. She on the stage like, yeah. And now he's going right after the Venezuelans and just sending them right back where they came from. So, lady, whatever happens to you, lady, you deserve it, in my opinion. No sympathy for her at all.
Yeah, it's people like that. It's the farmer guy on TikTok who voted for Trump, and then all of a sudden the aid for his farm got paused, and he's like, you can't trust the government. You're like, whoa. Like, you had this because of Biden, but now that it was paused because of Trump, like, go ahead and say who paused it.
Yeah. Well, once again, I'm gonna give Trump credit to the adverse of a lot of my my liberal viewers rather, is because he has been able to convince people that he is not a traditional politician. He don't think of him as the government. So when bad things happen to folks, they go, well, the government did that. Like, they don't really, like, he is the head of the fucking government. But they look at him like he is an outsider. He's not the government. Like, you do realize he stays at Pennsylvania Avenue, right? But he's not the government. So
when he literally signs the executive order.
Right. Like, his name is on everything. Yeah. But I do give him credit. He's been able to convince people that he's not part of the government. Even though when you ask people, well, who leads the government right now? Well, so he's been good at that.
Yeah, I agree with you. You can't fault him for that.
Yeah, but people keep talking about this 5,000. I see Fancy Prancy in the comments is even saying it. What, have you heard anything about this?
I have. It's one of the things that, Elon Musk, who is quote unquote not the leader of Doge, is looking into a rebate something going back to the American taxpayer from all the money that they saved from cutting all those positions. Which I'm like, that's cool, but guess where the stimulus started from the last time we got it? From Congress. And it's another one of those things. Congress is the one that controls the purse. And I would be very wary because there are a lot
Congress ain't stopping shit. You know that, right? If they say we're going to give the people $5,000, that'll help you out in the midterms. That'll make, because I guarantee you, Americans will look the other way on any kind of bullshit if you put some money in their pocket. You give motherfucking $5,000, they'll be okay with slavery again. So, $5,000? Oh, hey, fuck that USA. So I'm telling you that I'm just telling you, Americans are capitalists. We don't care about atrocities. We don't care about oppression. We don't care about murder. You give me a few bucks, I never seen it. I swear to God.
I never seen anything.
if they give people $5,000, they're gonna do really good in the midterms. I'm telling you, especially if Trump and Elon's name is in the signature line. So
it will be. It will be. If that happens, their names. He would not sign the stimulus package last time without his name being on it. And people sure enough thought, oh, this money came directly from Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're going to say it came directly from them. So if this $5,000 actually, if this $5,000 pans out and becomes a reality, you definitely got another Republican victory in the midterms, in my opinion. That's going to matter. That's going to make a difference.
You know what's crazy about that? Is Elon Musk has enough money where right now he could give every American $5,000 and still be like,
I don't know the math on that, but is that really true that he could give all 350 mil? Yeah, I guess he could. 350 mil times 5. Yeah, he do got a lot. He could easily do that. Wow. Shit.
He has hundreds of billions of dollars.
How the fuck one man do that? What has he did to? How do you make that happen?
And that's the thing. We look at it as like, oh, he's doing so great. He's cutting all this stuff, and we're getting this money. And it's like, you do realize that he has enough money that he could do this himself.
That's crazy. Well, the thing about it is right now, because investors know that Elon Musk is essentially unstoppable under Trump, people are investing in his companies like crazy because, look, we know whatever he wants to do, he's going to be able to do it. I mean, so right now, he's not only the wealthiest man, but he's also
struggling.
Huh?
Tesla's struggling.
I would put money in Tesla still because we don't know what contracts they gonna get in the future, but we know if Trump wants to give it to him, ain't nobody gonna stop him. So if he wants Tesla to do better, we need to do this, and Trump's gonna say okay. So it may be struggling now, but my bet is that Tesla will do far better. It will improve because let's say, for instance, more charging stations or whatever the case it may be, to make these vehicles more desirable. Who's going to stop him from getting that? He's the head of the government and he's making money off the government simultaneously. It's pretty good to be him.
I mean, essentially the way it works now, like, it's funny because we've always been an oligarchy, but even if you look back at like Rockefeller and Carnegie and all of those people, it was like, I'm going to buy goodwill by making parks and libraries and all of these things. And now it's just like, I'm going to buy the president. And so
I can't hate on it. It's good work if you can get it. I got to move it on, but once you got all the money in the world, the only way you can actually elevate is to go for power. So he became, now he's basically the pseudo president of the most powerful nation on the planet. So,
he's not the pseudo president. He is the president.
I gotta go. Appreciate it, Coach.
You have a good one.
You too. Good talk. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. 60, give me the 65,000. Make that happen. We can get the 65,000, I think. I want to respond to a super chat. The Honorable Will G says Putin was throwing dirt on Melania and Trump. Never said anything. Yeah, I believe they were showing compromising photos of Melania Trump on Russian television. I believe that's what happened there. If you go back to when Trump was asked if Ukraine was an equal partner, Trump sounded like a total wimp. saying Putin won't be happy. Yeah, he said it's a good question. When they asked him, well, do you see them as equal partners? He's like, that's a good question. He never answered it. I don't think though. I don't think it's really a surprise to anyone. I mean, I think most folks realized that if Trump was reelected, our stance, our partnership with the Ukraine was going to be reduced. I mean, it ain't like Trump has been hiding that he is favorable to Vladimir Putin. I mean, and it ain't just Trump. The whole right side of the aisle has been that way. I mean, how many things has Tucker Carlson said that are favorable to Putin? I think we already knew that if Trump gets reelected, America and Russia's relationship is going to improve, and the relationship between America and the Ukraine is going to degrade. I mean, it was pretty obvious that was going to happen just because of all of the stuff that was coming out of the right. Going to the box, we're going to go to Instagram. By the way, folks, you can come live on Instagram Live as well. Chris, I think it says Bearden, looking for MAG. I haven't had a lot of MAG on the program tonight. Understand we don't block, ban, or censor. You can be critical of the host. If you don't think we know what the hell we're talking about, come on up and you can state that without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored on here. So we do run it that way. Will G says, hang on a second, Chris, good evening. Hang on, that's called gaslight. MAGA will say that the government screwed them over instead of it clearly being Trump. I believe there's some validity in that, and I stated that earlier. If Trump says it's that person's fault, most of MAGA are going to believe it's that person's fault. And he's an example being that the farmers going out of business, he was benefiting from Inflation Reduction and the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm having a Biden moment, but Trump snatched it. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Now, Chris, good evening.
Good evening. How you doing, Mr. Kent?
I'm in the trenches. What am I getting wrong here tonight?
Man, I've been off for a while. I just got invited by you and seen the invitation. I was listening a little bit earlier.
Okay. So what do you think? Trump is indicating that Vladimir Zelensky and the Ukrainians started the war. What the hell is that?
Shit, I don't know. I mean, my thought was that Putin just invaded, you know.
Yeah. Now let me make sure your politics. Did you vote for Trump or you lean left?
I voted for Trump. Yeah,
okay.
I'm like a diehard Trumper, but there's some things I disagree with. But I think he's got the best in his heart for the country.
Okay. So,
really
do you believe we should have a friendlier relationship with Russia?
I do. Like anybody that we can, not only Russia, but as many countries as we can.
What about the Ukrainians?
Yeah, I just think we should. Ever since he made that comment, like you said earlier, I heard you when you said it didn't help him any. Talking about Zelensky, I would be done with him. Like I believe Trump can really. I believe he can end the war eventually, but after that, man, I'd be done, bro.
So you would leave? You would hang Zelensky out to dry?
Hell yeah, I'd hang him like a clothes. I'd hang him like a coat in the closet.
Just because you're literally sounding like a snowflake before my very eyes. You're saying all he did is have to insult Trump, and that'll make Trump decide to. Because you realize that if he leaves Zelensky out to dry, that could be thousands, if not millions, of Ukrainians perishing.
Well,
that didn't sound very positive.
No.
You really would do that, though, because he insulted you. Let them eat cake.
If they decide to make peace, so to speak, that'll end all that. Now, any future conflict, I just hate to see us involved with anybody,
But wait a minute. So, but what about the fact that you've already taken part of they've taken more of the Ukrainian territory. Would you leave that in their possession?
Well, the right thing to do would be, to give them back their land, but we know that's not going to happen to them.
It could happen if you weren't such a snowflake. If the comment didn't matter so much, if you were willing to talk to Putin, you could actually help this out.
Yeah.
Do you also favor turning Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East?
No, I don't agree with that, but I don't see the problem with trying to help them move somewhere. I know it's their land, but look at it, it's all fucked up.
How did that happen, by the way? How did their land get fucked up?
Well,
I mean, what was used to fuck their land up? Where did those weapons come from?
America.
Right. So now you're gonna tell them, but your place does look like shit. Maybe you need to leave, knowing that it only happened because of us.
Right.
You said you're saying you're diehard Trump.
Yeah, I'm not as good as articulating as a lot of people, but
What are you getting out of this? Let me ask you this: as you say, diehard Trumper. How do you like his first? If you had to give a letter grade, A, B, C, D, or F, like we did in school, how do you view his first month in office?
Well, except for a couple of things, I mean, like about 90% I agree with.
So
you can't deny his work ethic. I mean,
what?
he hit the fucking ground running.
So if you're giving him a 90%, that means you're giving him an A. So I'm going to ask you the obvious question: what are you personally getting out of this? How has your life changed to the point where you give him an A?
Well, I'm just grading on the fact that he does what he said he's going to do. I mean, me and you probably close in age. I'm 50, and I've seen a politician do what they said they were going to do. I mean, he does exactly what he said he's going to do. There might be a couple of things that he hadn't done, but who's to say he won't do it down the road?
Well, it's a lot easier to do what the hell you want to do when ain't nobody putting up resistance. I mean, I'm assuming Biden would have forgiven college tuition, passed the George Floyd Act, and some of this other stuff if it wasn't getting shot down. Trump is in a unique position where ain't nobody going to stop him from doing anything. So it's easy to meet your promises like that.
Right. And I remember a lady talking earlier about the Republican Party was weak or whatever. Nah, they're strong. I mean, because they ran the table. You're not going to run the table unless you're strong.
But now you're saying the Republican Party is strong. I'm going to push back and say I think it's him, because if the Republican Party was strong, he wouldn't need to do all these executive orders. He could do it by way of Congress. He's not doing it by traditional means. He's doing it like a king.
Yeah, I agree with you there. He's in a fucking hurry, I guess.
Yeah.
The bad thing about all that is, like, if somebody does a good job, the next president can overturn it. Just like he's a perfect example. He went in there and he just overthrew everything that Biden done.
Yeah, but if he did it the right way, as you say, the Republican Party is so strong. If he did it via Congress, the next guy could not just overturn it. But because he's doing it by the stroke of a pen, you're right. The next guy can come in there and just flip it all over.
I don't know why he just wanted to get that shit done quick. But in the end, it doesn't matter because they can overthrow it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, he could also, technically, he could get in there, as you say, get the shit done quick, do it by the stroke of a pen, but also have Congress, well, I guess they may shoot it down. He could have Congress do it on the back end. So we have this via executive order because I wanted it to get shit done, as you say, right away. But I'm also going to have Congress propose this so that it can be signed in and solidified in a stronger fashion. He could do that, but he's not.
He won't take the time to do it. I mean, I don't understand that, but I do believe he's got the best for this country in his heart. Do you agree with that?
Not in every area. I mean, I'm not gay or I'm not a member of the LGBTQ community, but I don't think he's doing what's in their best interest. I don't think he's doing what's in the best interest of the Hispanic community. I don't see it. I'm not jumping up and down at Black History Month as being viewed as a villain. I don't see anything how that improves Americans' lives. I mean, I think some of the things he's going after are just like boogeyman issues where, like, a lot of this DEI stuff. Now, DEI has been around for a while, and it's like if there are so many people being put in positions.
Shit, it's like I know what it is, but I don't at the same time. I'm not really familiar with it, but I have a little bit of knowledge. I know what it means, but
Diversity, equity, and inclusion is what it stands for. They're trying to make environments more diverse, more equitable, and include more people that might have normally not had a seat at the table. That's what they're trying to do.
Right. I can't say this, I hate to even bring up the R word, but I don't think he's a racist person though, I work for Norfolk Southern. I'm sure you heard of that company. I drive trains.
Railroad, yeah.
Right, I drive trains, and all my bosses, I mean every single one of them, we call them train masters, they're Black men. And I would say, it's over 50%, 65, 70, 75% of my coworkers are black. Nice dudes.
Well, without what he's doing with DEI and all of that shit, that probably ain't gonna be that way for the next generation.
Yeah, it's probably 80%, I would say.
Yeah, that definitely is about to change. It's gonna be, it's gonna start. A lot of that color is about to go away, probably. I mean, because
this is like way off the topic, but I'm glad I can bring it up on this stage here.
Yeah.
You know how they had the shippers do the strike and everything? You know, Biden stopped our strike. We were trying to strike, and he stopped our strike. I won't ever forget that. Remember that?
Why did he do that? What was the reason he gave for that?
I don't even remember.
I haven't heard that. Why would Biden, of all people, Biden was very pro-union. Biden stopped a union strike?
Right, it stopped. And all we were pushing for was paid time off. We don't have paid time off. If we take the day off, we don't get paid nothing at all.
I gotta say, and I'd have to look it up because I haven't heard about what you're saying, but I'm not gonna disagree with you because I don't know enough about it. But I'll tell you this: you think that Trump is more pro-union?
Well, he's got the Teamsters backing him. I don't know as a whole if he is, but he is more than past Republicans, I would say.
Really? I mean, because he's a businessman, and people who run a business are not normally favorable to unions because unions make the cost of labor go up because they want to pay their employees a decent salary. I can't imagine Trump and certainly Elon Musk as well. I don't think they're going to be very favorable to your union. Try to go on strike now. I bet it won't go very well.
This is exactly what I was just to bring up. He might stop it too.
I feel confident if Biden stopped your strike, Trump would fire your ass for doing it. So you'd be like the airline industry under Reagan, where he fired all the air traffic control officers.
You know what I wish would have happened so we don't get what we want, but it'd be fucked up. Like if the railroad, the shipping lanes, the truckers, and the pilots struck at the same time, man.
Wow.
Shit, we probably all get what we wanted, I guess.
Well, you work for Norfolk Southern, so you're dealing with freight. You're not like Amtrak. I would not be surprised if Trump deems it, because Amtrak has been losing money for years. I would not be surprised if Amtrak all of a sudden got taken offline under Trump, because if it ain't financially effective, like the post office has been losing money for years. Shit like that may go away under Trump. I mean, because for him, if it's financially, losing us money, why is it around? It's costing taxpayers money. But the problem is, if you live in rural areas, like let's say you live in, rural Alaska, or even if you live in rural parts of this country, if you don't have those government subsidies, people who live in rural areas are going to have to pay a hell of a lot more money if they need to mail a letter or something like that. Because now you got to have special people come out there and pick it up. So I'd be curious to see, but with Trump, some of them businesses that are not doing very well, the notion is to get rid of them.
Right. I'll get back on what you've been talking about. I'm sorry, I strayed away on
No,
that.
you good. You good.
About the Doge, about shutting these things down and people losing their jobs. He offered the buyout, and I think it pays them for up to 8 months.
Not all of them. They didn't all get the buyout. But at the same time, though, I mean, you got a good job with the railroad. How would you feel somebody give you 8 months and that's it?
I'd say, go fuck yourself.
Right, exactly. You're making it sound like giving somebody with a career gig 8 months is something to celebrate. I mean, that ain't gonna. I mean, you're about to lose your house, your kids in college, all of that shit. That's gone. 8 months is not that long of a period of time.
This is what I'm thinking. I hope I'm right. I'm thinking that they got it shut down. I think they shut it down all the way so they could totally audit it uninterrupted. And once they find all the corruption and all that, these people are going to be coming back to work.
How quick would you be willing to go back if they fired you like that, though? I mean, just upset your life, just told you to fuck off, and then they call you back. Well, we kind of need you back next year. I mean, like, you may have another job, you may have relocated. I mean, yeah, they may find themselves, and not to mention, they're getting rid of some people that got a hell of a lot of training and expertise. You can't just replace them with somebody else. I mean, you're getting rid of CIA agents and FBI. Them folks have to go through a whole lot of training to become a actual agent. You just can't hire somebody and get all of that training and experience back.
I think it depends on how good your job is, but it'd be like politics. You'd have people that would, people that wouldn't. Like if I relocated and I didn't got really settled down and made really good money, yeah, I wouldn't do it. But if I'm a good example right now. I got in trouble with my company. I've been there 16 years for speeding. It wasn't on purpose. And I've been
driving a train too fast.
I've been out a year and a half, and I'm waiting to see if I get to go back. And the job I got pays me half of what I made per hour, so I definitely would go back.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you driving a train too fast. You wasn't anywhere near Palestine, Ohio, were you? I gotta move it on. Go ahead. I give you the last word.
Yeah, man. I love your show.
Thank you.
Sometimes I'm better at expressing myself, and sometimes I'm just, to be honest.
Don't worry about it. It's just a conversation. It's just a conversation between two voters. That's all it is. Come on back anytime, man.
Like later on, I'll think of stuff I should have said or whatever. But when you ask me some questions, it's like I'm fucking starstruck. I don't know.
It ain't nothing like that. Come on back. My door's open anytime. Go ahead and drop out. I'll catch you on the next one, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Good talking to you always. Later.
Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. I don't know what I'm hitting here. Make sure I get the screen here. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and drop out if you know how to do it. Okay, I see it in there. It should do it. There we go. Yeah, I got it. All right. So moving on, to keep the economy going, it was wrong, but that's why I don't get what I didn't. Now I'm trying to figure out what you were saying there, Sherbert. He probably was trying to escape all those black workers. Oh my God. He's driving the train too fast because he's trying to escape the black workers. Appreciate the hat mustache, Miguel. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support. Another plane accident today. 2 planes collided. Yeah, in Arizona. A mid-air collision too. Like, how the fuck does that happen? You got all of that sky, and how does mid-air collision? You know, I fly remote control airplanes. I've been flying them for years, and even flying remote control aircraft, you know, it might be 10 of us at the field flying at the same time. It's very rare that we have mid-air collisions, and we might all be flying in the span of a football field. And we don't have, mid-air collisions, when you got all of the equipment on board, and TCAS, what is a TCAS system? Is a collision avoidance system that tells you, pull up, or, now some of the small aircraft don't have all of the additional systems, but still, it just seems crazy we're having all of this happening right when we're getting rid of FAA employees. Now, I know folks are still adamant that this has nothing to do with Trump. It's above my pay grade, so I'm not going to blame Trump. But as Jesse Waters stated on Fox News yesterday, on the 5, he was talking to the one liberal that's on the program, and the liberal said something like I did, whereas, listen, I don't know what's causing this. I'm not going to blame Trump. And Jesse Waters actually came out and admitted, he's like, I'm just going to be honest with you. If this was happening under Biden, you're damn right we would be blaming him. And the whole panel, Greg Gutfield and Judge Jeanine Pirro, they all broke out laughing because he was actually saying the quiet part out loud. He's like, look, we hired guns. He was like, hell yeah, we would be blaming Biden for this. He said, I'm not going to lie to you. If this was happening under Biden, we would definitely be blaming Biden for it. And I believe him too, because I've been watching Fox for so long. But yeah, you're firing FAA employees while the airline industry seems to be having all kinds of incidents. My guess is if Trump was on the sideline watching this happening under Biden, he would be tweeting out shit blaming Biden for it too. If this was happening under Biden with him firing a bunch of people or DEI as he called, yeah, Trump would be trolling and saying this was Biden's fault too. So it is what it is. Be the first time they weren't lying, says Ron K. Well, I was really surprised to hear Jesse Waters come out and admit that. Because, yeah, normally they don't want to say that. But he's like, yeah, we would be blaming. He's like, I would be all over Biden for this. Will G said, of course, MAGA will welcome Eastern European and white South African immigrants in with open arms. You just told on yourselves. MAGA ain't shit. You'll always hear that tone for super chats when people say people ain't shit. So that's where you're hearing that from. But yeah, it is weird that they're getting rid of all of the brown immigrants that are here illegally and talking about we're willing to take on new immigrants from South Africa and Europe. That is something to question. Because they're not inviting new immigrants from countries that are brown. It does look weird. It does look weird. I'm going to say that. Looking in the comments, America is strong again. Based on what? How is America strong again? America's under Trump again. If simply having Trump in there as president makes us strong, then okay. But what has America done over the last month or two that suggests we're strong? I don't see what we've done that's tangible. We've renamed the Gulf of Mexico. Does that make us strong because we put our name on it? I don't see where the strong part is. I don't see where any new treaties or new deals are coming out. I don't see where the economy is getting better. What have we done to make us strong? We changed presidents. If that alone means we're stronger, then okay, that's what it sounds like. But I don't see anything else other than that. I see in the comments, Dennis Calhoun said not one law has been passed. No, it's all been executive order. Forever C10 said he blamed the two people stuck in space on Biden. Did he really? They're stuck. When did they get to come home? They've been up there for a long time. He said he blamed the people that are stuck in space. Oh my damn. Yikes. Did he really do that? Okay. Anyway, going back to the box. By the way, folks, if you do enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor you for your opinion, you are in the right place. We believe in letting the folks speak. So you don't get that here. This is what we are talking about. This is Trump. I don't know if it was earlier today. Might have been today, because this is either today or yesterday. But this is Trump suggesting that the Ukrainians are responsible for their own outcome. Wow.
I think I have the power to end this war, and I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land, everything, almost all of the land, and no people would have been killed, and no city would have been demolished, and not.
Now, see in the comments, somebody says he's right. Now, I see right after that, somebody says shameful, but Dean Doctrine, you're saying he's right. What kind of deal could Trump have made that would have made Russia back off? I'd be curious to know. What do you think he could have offered? Where they're not going to attack the Ukraine, they're not going to take any of their land. What kind of deal could he have made to get that? I'd be curious to know, because I don't think he could have done it. Remember, this is the guy talking about he'd bring down the price of eggs and all this stuff on day one. I'm just going to say this. Maybe he could have did what he's saying. I don't know. But he is known for exaggerating. So, because remember, he said he could end the war in 24 hours. That didn't happen. So, the idea that he could have just made them back down, I don't know about that. And listen how he phrases this. Listen to how he suggests Zelensky presented this war to the United States.
Hearing from President Donald Trump releasing a statement on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He posted to his Truth Social account, and this is a pretty lengthy quote, so we are going to pull it up, two pieces at a time. So let's start with this. He is saying this again on the Ukrainian president, saying, quote, "Think of it. A modestly successful comedian, Volodymyr Zelensky, talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that couldn't be won."
I'll stop it right there. He says that Vladimir Zelensky, quote unquote, talked the United States into spending $350 billion to go into a war that could not be won. As if Zelensky came to us and presented the plan to attack Russia as some kind of, engagement that he needed funding for. So he makes it sound like Zelensky planned to attack Russia and came to us for weapons and things like that. This is crazy. Because if I can recall this properly, and I'm sure that many of you folks probably can as well, we were giving the Ukrainians surveillance, telling them that we can see via satellite, via intelligence, that Russians are gathering on the border and an attack in your country is imminent. In fact, Zelensky was refusing to accept our intelligence. They were accusing America of fear-mongering. They were accusing America of wrongfully blaming the Russians that they were about to attack. But we were telling them, because Russia was saying it was a training outfit. Russia was denying that they were amassing troops and about to attack. They were saying they were just on a training mission. And America was telling the Ukrainians, no, they're bringing up blood supplies and medics and shit. They're planning to come in and invade you. The Ukrainians didn't believe it. So he's making it sound like Zelensky came to and asked America for money to go and attack Russia when Russia clearly moved into the Ukraine. Why is he saying that? I mean, this is not only is this being dishonest, everybody knows the truth. That's like me walking into some place and telling you I'm a white man, while you can clearly see like everybody knows who attacked who in this. Why would he be in 2025, 3 years after the war started, telling people that Zelensky came and asked for money to attack Russia? The entire world knows who attacked who in this. I just don't understand what the purpose of that is. I mean, you can tell a lie to somebody, but this is a bad lie. Everybody knows the truth in this. Everybody knows who started this war. But yet he's going to come up and suggest that Zelensky went into Russia. Somebody explain that to me. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program, because that's what Trump does. He lies, says Miss Mopetta. This is a bad one, though. Why do you think he would do this? Mike, good evening.
Good evening. It's par for the course. But before we get started, there's 446 people in here. Let's tap the screen, share the lives.
Thank you.
Tim be working hard in here. Although he don't have no sweat glands. He be working hard in here. So let's tap the screen, share the lives. Let's get him up to about 80,000. That's 400 people. We can get you up to 100,000 before you end tonight, Tim.
I appreciate the promo. Thank you. It helps out the program.
No. That should be easy work. Anyway, it's just par for the course, just the lies. It's just par for the course, Tim. I want to get back to something real quick, because I want to prove this point about MAGA supporters and just people in general that don't do any research. We're spending this time talking about $5,000 potential tax refund, right? It's supposed to come from the Doge savings.
Okay.
It's supposed to come from the savings in Doge. If you read a couple more articles, you'll see where, if it were to happen, it would be at the expiration of Doge in July of 2026, first of all.
Right after the midterms. Is that after the midterms? Oh, 2020. Yeah. Yep.
Yes. After Doge is done, right? And it would be 20% of the $2 trillion savings that Elon already admitted he overshot when he said he could save 2 million. Even before this even started, he said, yeah, I probably shot my wad when I said that. But Tim, so let me get this straight. So people are not trusting. Do you look for a tax return every year?
Yeah.
At the end of the year?
Yeah. Yeah.
So people that get tax returns and you're looking for a tax return, doesn't it say that you trust the government to do their job and get you your money back?
It ain't like you have a choice.
Just the basic design of the government when it comes to taxes. You file your taxes, they tell you what kind of tax return. So they're giving you money back.
Right.
So now, so we don't trust that, but we trust Doge with no guardrails to give money back that they're quote unquote finding in 2026. And people are talking about, oh, they're giving us 5,000. What the hell is wrong with these people, man?
I'm going to tell you though, if he actually starts talking about giving people $5,000, none of the shit you just said is going to matter. People going to see that money. I know. That's all they going to see.
It's already happening. Yeah. It's already happening. There's people in your comments fancy. Oh, $5,000. I'm like, you mother boy. Let me tell you what. So it answers.
But hold on. I will say this though. He needs to give what he should do. If I'm on Team Trump, give him $2,500 before the midterms and promise them another $2,500 after the midterms. Because I mean, if you don't give them shit before the midterms, they ain't gonna trust. Everybody ain't gonna trust you. Give them $2,500 before. and tell them there's another 2,500 after that the liberals would never give you. So then, in my opinion, if he does that, Republicans win the midterms.
So what you're saying is that they continue to lie to them, and they can continue to be bought, and they can continue to be lied to.
I think America's definitely for sale. I think most Americans are turning black.
I've been saying that the whole time. I don't disagree with you, but I just wanted to clarify what your message was when you said that.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, think about what's going on now. They're bragging about how much money they're saving in terms of misappropriated and government waste and things like that. And we all know every time they fire somebody or they shut down a department, those are Americans out there losing their jobs. And fact is, people see, well, he's saving money. You know, people don't even give a damn. I mean, these are people, you may know, you may live next to. People like you and me, they're losing their gigs. And as long as you're saving money, fuck them. They need to just find another job. And they're saying that now, even though they ain't even getting none of the money.
And he hasn't even saved anything.
Right.
They just keep saying he's saving stuff. But let's talk about Russia and Zelensky real quick. The fact that Trump came out and said that he's doing exactly what we've been saying he's probably going to do for months. He's going to hand Ukraine right over. I mean, I don't even see any middle ground. I mean, he's not speaking in terms of trying to come to some mutual agreement. For him to say he started it, I mean, it's Tim. Listen, and all his supporters, you can excuse it any way you want to. That is not that's not how a world leader talks. If we want to be the most powerful nation on the planet, that is the absolute worst conversation you could ever have about a country that we're supposed to be supporting because they gave up their nukes because of the agreement we had with them. And all of a sudden we're going to say it's their fault. It's the worst message. And if I was NATO in those other countries, why would you believe them?
Yeah, I was just going to say that if I was the other NATO member nations, I would be desperately trying to get nuclear weapons. All of them, every one of those countries should be trying to, you need to take care of self at this point. Every one of those countries should be trying to get a nuclear weapon.
Right. I mean, listen. I'm going to give you a perfect example. There's somebody in the comments. He's saying they need to start talking peace, period. That's not what he's saying. That's not, you can excuse it all you want. That's not what he's saying. He's not talking about peace. He literally told the world that Ukraine started this conflict that they didn't start.
Let me ask you though, in regards to the NATO member countries, now I don't believe this is true, but correct me if I'm wrong. Ballers in the comments are saying they all have nukes. Does every member of NATO have a nuclear weapon?
That part, I can't confirm that. But here's the thing: it's irrelevant. Ukraine gave theirs up, and we agreed to protect them.
Yeah.
It's not about who has them. It's about who gave them up. That Ukraine gave them up. We said we were going to protect them. All of a sudden, and then let me say this: right after Trump said that, what did Russia do? Immediately after Trump said that, what did they do?
Well, for the most part, they started riding the high life. I mean,
and they started bombing. And they started.
Yep. They went back into the Ukraine. Yeah, just like this. They did kind of the same thing Netanyahu has done.
So I'm saying, so listen, and again, we could take his name out and insert anybody's name. It doesn't matter. We have to really just try to level set about the world, how the world views us moving forward. People are being so closed-minded, as if we don't need any support that's isolationist. And if you think that the U.S. is so big and bad that we need no one, you are sadly mistaken. We cannot survive as we would like to as a country by ourselves.
Yeah. And real quick to follow up on that, NATO nuclear weapons, Google states that there's only 3 countries. The United States, France, and the UK are the 3 NATO countries that have nuclear weapons. These countries are sometimes called the P3. So only 3 countries have nukes. So most of them don't have nuclear weapons.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Tim. We were supposed to be the example or we said we wanted to be the example for the free world. That's what we said. None of these moves are making us look like we are that country. They're just not. And people can. And here's the thing: look at the way that Europe's responding to this. They're scrambling, trying to figure out, okay, so what's our next
because they're
move?
going to be first hit. If they try to reestablish the Soviet Union, they're going to be the ones dealing with this.
Yes. I mean, none of this makes us stronger. It doesn't make us look good on the world stage, and we continue to make excuses for it. And that's the part that we have to. That's the part that we have to really pay attention to, because it's not just here, all the craziness going on here, but how the world sees us. It weakens us. Even firing some of those FA, people that were working for FAA,
right.
that were working on military defense, right? They were working on military projects for missile detection and things like that. You just willy-nilly having to fire and then rehire, and then you don't know who it's just too much chaos.
What do you think the goal of that is? Just go around chopping off whole organization. What do you think he's after? Because he clearly is not paying attention to the value of the people he's firing. Because as you point out, some of them they had to hire back. What do you think the goal is? Why are they firing people so quick?
Fascism, white Christian nationalism. It's all part of Project 2025. They're moving. They are. The one thing they're doing is Project 2025. Although he said it wasn't. This is what's happening. It is what it is. It is what it is. There's so many things going on that are hurting the American people. It's crazy. Now, the one thing I wanted to bring up, Tim, I don't know if you talked about it before I got on. We talk about mass deportation and the impact of the rhetoric, right? And we've been talking about this.
Yes, I know what you're about to say. Go ahead with that. I know what you're about to go with.
We've been talking about this for
I did look that up too. I have seen that.
Okay, perfect. So we talk about the impact of, and you've been talking about it on your live. Actually, there have been times that I'm like, Tim, can we stop talking about it? But you've been on it. When we bring up these racist rhetoric tropes about black and brown and eating the cats and dogs and deport them all back, they're all criminals and all that. The impact. What is the impact? One story in particular. 11-year-old girl in Texas named Jocelyn, I can't pronounce her last name, just unalived herself the other day because she was being bullied at school by classmates that were telling her that she was going to get deported. Her parents were going to get deported. ICE was going to come to her house and take her. And she unalived herself from the bullying. Yep. The school never reported the bullying to her parents. But you got to ask yourself, Tim, this is what people aren't understanding. They keep saying left, right, Dems, all this stuff. This is what we've been talking about. These are 11-year-old kids. Where are they getting this information from?
That's the picture on my screen of the deceased. I don't think they care. Right, I think at the end of the day, they're going to look at these folks like, you should have thought about the perils and the dangers that could happen when you came to this country. I don't think they care. Same thing what was happening when people were drowning in the Rio Grande when Texas Governor Greg Abbott put that device in there. They don't care. I mean, Trump has talked about everything from putting dangerous animals in the Rio Grande to shooting illegals on sight. Look, if you come to the country illegally and you die, I don't think they care. I think listen, you should have thought about that. So sob stories are not going to work.
No, you know what's so funny though? And I don't disagree with you at all. It's just crazy to me how, well, isn't one life too many? But think about the kids. These are 11-year-olds. These are 11-year-old kids.
Maybe she was going to grow up to maybe she was going to grow up to rape and murder everybody. I don't know. I mean, they don't care. They do not care.
They don't know if she was here legally or anything. Just the idea of just threatening her with that is terrible. And if anybody wants to excuse that away, then I'll say it again, like I said before, Tim. You are the people that we think you are. Because if you have no empathy or humanity or go, man, maybe we should push back on the rhetoric, because it is harmful. I mean, it's like what needs to happen for you to understand that it's harmful. It's harmful because it's not hurting you. It doesn't matter. Is that what it is?
I mean, but you got to think. We've been talking about fuck your feelings and mean tweets the whole time. I think they like the rhetoric. In fact, I did a video some months back about, could Trump unify the country if he got reelected? And I showed in the video, because I said in that video, I doubt if he was going to do that. I said, my my opinion, if he got reelected, he's going to bring the rhetoric back. I showed a picture of him holding his ear right after somebody tried to take his life, and right over his shoulders, a woman clearly with a shirt on that says "mean tweets." I mean, they favor that type of stuff, so they like the rhetoric. They like it.
Well, and you know what? You're right, and that's why I always push back on intent when we try to give Trump or his administration or anything they do credit. You got to go back to the intent. That's why I always pump the brakes, Tim. Anytime you say something, I say, at what cost? Because based on their history, based on how they react to things, based on the things that are happening in this country, I don't see it. Because when Lincoln Riley, and I don't like to say her name because I know her parents don't, when that happened, they said one is too many, and they vilified the entire race and community.
Yeah.
Right, and their slogan was "one is too many."
Fact.
So if that's the case, how come this one isn't enough to go? Hey, we need to pull back. I know I love Trump. I supported him, but yeah, this has gone too far, and we need to take a step back. They'll never do the very thing they ask of everyone else, and that's the problem that most people have. That's the problem that most people have. So anyway, I'm going to land it there. Again, let's tap the screen. Look at that, man. Listen. I know there's some people in here I do not agree with, but they get they tapping on. They get they tapping on. A lot of respect for you, Tim. But we got to do better. That young lady that was on that screen deserved better than that orange check mix colored motherfucker behind you. That's for damn sure. With the crown on, by the way.
That's our president.
On, by the way.
Show that man some damn respect. That is our president.
King Trump. That's crazy. Come on, Tim. Listen, if any Dem would have had they would have lost. Listen, that right there is blasphemous. That's blasphemous.
Blasphemous. Damn. You get an argument from me. Appreciate it, Mike. Thank you.
Okay, bro.
All right. And by the way, folks, he is right. Tap the screen. Thank you. Thank you there for that, Mike. It helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. I don't get enough MAGA on the program, so you tap the screen because the FYP is set up that way, so it does help. Tap the screen, get the likes up. We're getting close to 100,000. I appreciate that. But Riley is so precious. Get the fuck out, MAGAs. Yeah, they do favor Lincoln Riley over that girl, which I'll cover it for a minute. I always play videos. Oftentimes I'm hearing it for the first time with you folks, and this is one of those. That's a minute or so. I want to see what it has to say. I haven't heard this before.
Okay, family says more could have and should have been done to save an 11-year-old girl in Gainesville. Jocelyn Carranza died a few days after trying to take her own life. Kevin Reese spoke with the family after her funeral, and they say Jocelyn was repeatedly bullied to the point some students threatened to call immigration agents on her family.
It was 12 degrees in Gainesville when they carried the casket into St. Mary's Catholic Church, the same church where 11 years earlier, Jocelyn Rojo Carranza was baptized. The same priest now at her funeral mass bidding her goodbye.
In thanksgiving for the life of Jocelyn, because Jocelyn will be remembered forever.
Jocelyn died February 8th, 5 days after she attempted suicide at her home in Gainesville. She would have been 12 years old this June.
The bullying. It's true. It started on the bus. There was a situation on the bus where that started.
Her mom says bullying got so bad at Gainesville Intermediate School that Jocelyn was meeting with a school counselor several times a week. But her mom says they only learned that after her suicide attempt. They say fellow students allegedly taunted her about immigration and what it would be like if her parents were deported.
They would tell me ICE was going to come. They would tell her ICE was going to come and get her parents, and she was going to be here alone.
The Gainesville Independent School District would not comment on her case, telling us that we take any reports of bullying at our schools very seriously and have a zero tolerance policy and respond swiftly to ensure all students are safe physically and emotionally. Her family says they didn't help Jocelyn.
I want justice for my child. I want this not to go unhandled. If there is more students out there, more kids out there that are going through it as well, pay attention. The school needs to pay attention.
I guarantee that's happening more. I guarantee that other kids at that school are getting bullied. They're not just picking that one girl out. Mr. Realistic, I believe that's the name, if I'm correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
And
I saw you were.
nice to talk to you.
Yeah, I saw you said you were having difficulty coming up, so I brought you up. So, what brought you on tonight?
Actually, I've been listening to you for a while and listening, given several super chats, and you made a comment about one about that gender was a function of language. And
You said wait. You said I made a comment that what was a function of language?
that you had never heard that. That I had sent that in a super chat, and I forget what the comment was, but I was just kind of interested in a conversation because I listen to a lot of what everything is said and all that, and I turned this off and I got notified that you had invited me, so I was like, well, I should.
Yeah, I saw your comment. I thought you were having trouble. That's why I went ahead and sent out the invite.
Yes, I was. It wasn't. Every time I would hit send, it would tell me it wasn't sent. I don't know.
Okay. Well, you're good.
I
You're
am
good.
not a-
So
Pardon?
we'll get right into the show then. I appreciate you coming through. So Trump is claiming that Zelensky started the war. What's your take on that?
All right. Have you ever seen Ukraine on Fire? It's a movie.
No, I have not.
You need to watch that because no, he did not start it, but we definitely played heavy into it. There was a vote that we ratified, and those eastern sections of Ukraine wanted to go be with Russia. We oversaw the vote. We said that it was a legit vote, and then we said, nope, it wasn't legit because we didn't like the way it went. You should watch Ukraine on Fire.
Apparently TikTok doesn't like the movie. But I'm looking it up while you're talking about it. I see it on my screen here, but
Yes, it is a Roger Stone movie.
yeah. Now I've heard claims that Zelensky himself was corrupt, but what you're saying is that we were involved in their elections or something?
Yes. We have done a lot of shady stuff. And I mean, that's being seen through this USAID stuff where, money's going out for, I don't know, condoms overseas.
But haven't we always done it though? Haven't we always gotten involved in people's their business? I mean, we're the world's police. We've been doing shady stuff since we've been a country.
More so since World War II. But yes, we've always stuck our nose where it doesn't belong. And that's why half the world doesn't like us.
Yeah.
You can't do stuff like that and think that there isn't going to be blowback.
Do you think it'll get better under Trump?
For us or for the world?
Let's start with us first.
I think there's going to be some pain, and then yes, I do think it will get better.
What's your definition of better? How will things get better for us under Trump?
More protectionism towards us. So we need industry to come back here. And that is happening. I work in building trade stuff, so I'm seeing evidence of contracts and things like that are coming through and plans being laid for manufacturing to return here because of tax benefits and all this kind of stuff.
Now, if things come back here, now I remember back in the 90s when I used to some of the days when I bought my first laptops. A laptop would cost a couple grand back then. So if the manufacturing and all that comes back to America, that means you got to pay Americans the salaries that we command as opposed to what the Chinese or the Philippines might. So are you saying that the salaries are going to go up?
They'll have to. Some of that will have to. But, let's look back in time and let's be realistic about our expectations. And, I listen to a lot of what people call in and they talk about, like all the USAID and all this kind of stuff. And we detract from what's really important, and that's what kind of America do we want? Now, I've already sidetracked myself. So what did you ask me? I'm very sorry.
No. I'm saying if we bring back industry, you kind of answered the question already. You and I disagree on this, but you're saying that if we bring back industry, we're going to be willing. Those businesses that bring their labor back to America and have to deal with the U.S. labor laws are going to be willing to pay the salaries that they move their businesses overseas to avoid to begin with.
Well, let's look at it this way. We need to choose what we want to pay for. Do you want to make a decent wage and be able to save and have a good future, or do you want to just expend what income you have on cheap crap?
No, we all want to make a decent wage, but to be honest with you, if when it comes to making a better wage, I have never seen the Republicans fighting in favor of better wages. The Republicans believe that you should leave it up to the free market and let the businesses decide. If you want a fair wage, that's the liberals talking about pro-union and minimum wage increases and things like that and spread the wealth around. The right is free market. So the right is the reason why we have this. The free market has been allowed to do what they want, and some of that has included moving businesses overseas.
That is correct. I won't argue that point at all. That has hurt us, though.
Yeah.
Some of those good jobs needed to stay here, but the politics and all that allowed it to go. Trump is the first one in my lifetime to tell businesses, hey, I'm going to do something for you to make you want to bring your manufacturing and your business back here. You know, when Trump was when Biden, when they were doing what they were doing, when they first came in, you know, that's where that learn to code come from. And they were butchering the working man jobs. I saw a lot of that.
What do you mean? Explain that. Elaborate. What do you mean? In what way?
The workforce at the company that I work at, and I work in steel, is down by a third. Under Trump, we were blowing and going. We were building a lot. Now we are running at about 40% capacity.
What do you think? What do you think that Biden has done to hurt your business?
He's allowed cheap steel to be dropped and shipped through Mexico and Canada. Slab steel is what we call it. That goes into flat rolled product. All that has flooded and driven down the price of steel. And most of you, if you don't work in the markets, you don't understand. We work off of profit margins. So it's a percentage of the steel goes to, that's what supports us. So when steel gets really cheap, we don't make any money. When we don't make any money, people get laid off.
Right.
And our profits have been falling and falling and falling.
Now, I'm not aware of what I can't dispute you because this is, I'm not in the industry. You're correct about this, so I can't dispute you. But I'm not aware that Biden was in favor of getting rid of American jobs and letting steel come in from overseas. That doesn't really sound like what the liberals, like I said, that outsourcing gigs and things, that's normally what the right is in favor because they're for the free market. That don't sound like Biden, though.
I don't actually blame Biden for that. I blame bad management. I blame the deep state for being lazy and doing nothing. That's like, the whole government fraud, waste, and abuse thing. These people have been in power for roughly you and I entire lives, and nobody has done anything to address this until
because it ain't in there, because they're not doing anything to address it because it's not in their best interest. They're making a lot more money dealing with the cheap labor overseas. They wanted to stay this way. They're not interested in you and I making more money. They're trying to reduce labor costs, not increase it. The stuff you're talking about is going to increase labor costs.
And that is a good thing.
Not for people like Trump and Elon, though.
It's not going to affect them. They're going to make more money because they're going to have to charge more money.
So you think if Elon, Trump's getting on. Let's take Trump out of the picture. Let's say somebody like Elon who has a bunch of bustling business. Let's say the Tesla, for instance. If all of a sudden all of that is made in America, from the chips, the computers, the screens, the metal of the cars, all of that, You're saying they're going to have to charge more. Are Americans prepared to pay even more for those cars than they do now?
No, but hold on one second, because not all of that will be made here. It can't be. Like when it comes to microchips and stuff like that, there is no one country that can make them all. That isn't how that supply chain works. There are hundreds of companies that make individual products that go into all that. And there is a fellow that I listen to, I can't think of his name right now, but he discusses a lot of that kind of stuff. He's highly intellectual, bearish or bullish on America, that he's kind of highbrow, America's going to be great. And he talks a lot about demographics and things like that, and how like Russia and China are shadows of themselves. And essentially in the next 20 years, they're going to cease to exist as
what?
A power structure to threaten us. Because they're not going to have the population.
You think the population of Russia and China is going down?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
China, it's simply because of old age. They didn't have children. Back in the 70s, they had the one-child policy. And so women weren't, girls were just often killed because...
Yeah. But China's, right now, the Chinese population... I mean, compared to America, I don't know how many more people they have than us, but they have a lot more citizens than we do. You're making it sound like they're going to disappear. There's no way that's going to happen.
No, but they're going to drop from about 1.1 to 1.2 billion down to about 700 million where they were in the 1970s.
And what's going to happen with America?
We'll probably be about 500 million. We'll be closing in on their population range.
I don't see that. I don't see that at all. I mean, what makes you think that China's population is dropping like that?
Go pull up a population chart divided by age. They're extremely top heavy from anybody 50 and over. And even they admitted that they overcounted basically everybody below 30 and below, because that is how their money in the provinces is distributed. So basically the mayor of a province didn't want to tell his higher ups that their population was declining because he got less money. So every year their
population, I'm looking on Google, their current population is 1.4 billion people, and we got 350 million. So they got about 3-4 times, maybe 5 times the amount of people here. It's gonna take a long time for all them people to die off, man. That ain't gonna happen no time soon.
Their population at 30 and below is, I think it's like less than 300 million, because they admitted that they overestimated those by at least 100 million.
Well,
so
go ahead.
They don't have a youth.
Yeah, it says, according to recent data, this is the AI readout for that. According to recent data, the population of China under 30 years old represents a relatively smaller portion of the total population, with estimates placing it around 20 to 25%. So that's still about the whole of the United States. So they got about as many people under 30 in their country as we have people in our country. So it says, due to the country's rapidly aging demographics, with the majority of the population falling within the ranges of 25 to 59. So majority of their population, though, is military-aged men, 25 to 59.
Right now.
Yeah.
But you add 20 years to that.
20 years ain't gonna, you're talking about hundreds of millions of people. 20 years ain't gonna make this. I mean, maybe if you're talking about 100, maybe 200 years from now, 20 years, you're talking hundreds of millions of people. That ain't gonna happen that fast.
We'll see.
You think in 20 years it's gonna make that big of a difference?
All those elderly people are gonna have to be taken care of.
I mean, you got people who are elderly right now that'll still be alive 20 years from now. I think you're moving kind of fast on that, man. Maybe if you said 100 years, if you said 100, maybe 200 years, I could see a discussion, but 20 years is super fast.
You need to look up Peter Zian and listen to what he's written several books and all that. And that's his whole niche.
Who is Peter Z though?
Zeiha.
No, who is he? Like, is he what is his credentials? Who is this person?
He does a lot of government work and all that kind of stuff. He's got his own businesses, and that's what he does. Okay. He does geopolitics and population levels and all that kind of stuff. All right. He's the one I was telling you about that's very highbrow, go USA, and that there's a lot of stuff he says that I do not agree with. But all right.
Let me ask it to you this way: with us deporting so many people, because you said you're expecting the U.S. population to go from 350 million to 500 million, which is a significant increase for only 20 years. But with all these deportations, you don't see our population going down at all?
I don't think nearly as many will be deported as what everyone currently believes. I think he's making a show right now. And he has to. There are too many that are here. Now, I was recently just trying to mail a letter, and I couldn't at any post office in the area I live in, and I live in a big metro area, because every post office was full of young Latino couples. They all had 2 or 3 kids, and they were there getting not visas, but passports. Mm-hmm. And I was told that, essentially I could come back in 3 hours, but if I left, I wouldn't get my spot. And this is all that they're doing right now.
What part of the country you're in?
U.S.
I said, what part of the country?
Oh, southern U.S.
Okay, all right. Well,
Tennessee.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, maybe they had something going on that day or that week that would have made that happen. Because I mean, I go to the post office every day for my job, and we don't have a bunch of Latinos doing that. So that may be something Go ahead.
We have a very large Hispanic population here. They have grown numerically in the last 4 years. I would say that the amount of Latino people, and I know quite a few of them, the population's definitely doubled for them here. Mm-hmm. No doubts about it.
You support the largest deportation in history?
I support the criminal element of it, but I do not support like young couples that have come up here looking for a better life, that have done nothing wrong other than come up here. Now, I have my own belief on why this is occurring. My first wife was Canadian. She passed away. But I know how expensive that can be. And right. Depending on where you come from, all the same forms have a different cost to them. It's absurd.
Yeah. Fine. We agree on that, because I asked somebody myself who has immigrated to another country. It is cost prohibitive for folks coming south of the border. They just don't have the money it takes to come here. If you say come the legal way, you might as well be telling them not to come at all, because coming the legal way is off limits to most of them. If they had to pay the amount of money, get in line, it's going to take you 10, 20 years, whatever it takes to get here. Doing it, there's a reason why they come illegally, because the legal way is almost off limits. But it sounds good to say we're okay with you coming here as long as you come here the legal way, knowing damn well that they can't do that. But I got to move it on. So, this is our first time talking, right?
Yes, sir, it is, and I thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
I will bow out with what you always say when you bow out. What say you, good sir?
I like it. Appreciate it. I say the door's always open to you. Come back anytime, man. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. I'll go ahead and drop my last guest, and we'll continue on. All right, I hope the last clue. Be nice to my guests. Be nice to my guests. I saw that clue. They will find a better way. Well, we'll see. Will G says the Doge checks will be the equivalent to the Trump-signed COVID-19 stimulus. Trump didn't really want to give just one big bribe. Well, Doesn't matter if you want it. Just like I said about Abraham Lincoln not wanting to free the slaves. Don't matter if you want to do it or not. You get credit if you actually do it. So if Trump gives people, a couple $1,000, $5,000 in checks, liberals can argue all damn day that he didn't want to do it. People go give him credit for I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. You gave it to me. So he going to get credit for that. And that's going to help out significantly in the midterms, in my opinion. But the reason why I was telling my other caller, I believe he should give out take the $5,000 and divide it by 2. Because if you just promise to give people a $5,000 check after the midterms, a lot of people ain't gonna trust that. But if he gives $2,500 before the midterms and promises to give another $2,500 after, it'll be easier to get a whole lot more people to trust him, and they will be able to run on the fact that he's already given you money during the midterms. But just promising to do it after the midterms, I mean, Trump has been caught in lies. I mean, it would be easy for the Democrats to say, do you really believe him? It's been 2 years already. He's been in office and he ain't did it yet. Would you really trust him? So he has to give out some of the money, in my opinion, for best results before the midterms. You know I'm coming to talk about you fluffing this whole show. Kingpin, I see you. They won't care for a little brown girl, but they'll go head over heels for a lily white Lincoln Rally. Look, I mean, people tend to be more concerned with people that look like them. And yeah, I mean, just like in America, we've all heard of Natalie Holloway. We've heard of John Benet Ramsey. Think about how many black people you know that came up missing as household names. Virtually none of them. It ain't like they're not plastered all over the wall in Walmart. People sympathize with folks who look like them. So yeah, if you are a young missing white girl, you're going to get a whole lot more sympathy and attention than if you are a young missing black girl. It's always been that way, and I damn sure will tell you it's still like that, regardless of what anybody tell you. You go to Walmart, most Walmarts have pictures of missing kids. There are plenty of missing Hispanics and black kids out there. They don't make the national news and get talked about all the time, like a lot of missing white kids do. I would tell you that if Lincoln Riley if her life was taken by an immigrant and she was black, Fox News wouldn't be playing that like that. I'm sure MS-13 is taking the lives of some black people or some other Hispanics in this country. They would not get that same kind of attention. I mean, we can pretend like that doesn't exist if you want, if it makes you feel better. We can pretend like America's not that way. Will G says Roger Stone is a Trump DC comic Gotham City henchman. Yeah, that's a mouthful. That movie is not a good source. Is that who created that? Ukraine is on fire. Is that who made that? Roger Stone? I had it up. I'd have to look at it again. Who was that's why I asked for sources, listen. Because Dinesh D'Souza, I saw 2,000 Mules 6 times. He was not a good source. And I've talked to MAGA over and over again that were using the outcome of Dinesh D'Souza with 2,000 Mules to show the 2020 election was stolen. That was just put together to favor Trump. I took that movie apart on probably a dozen different lives. We talked about it over and over again, but it was a bad source. So I do want to know the sources oftentimes. Mr. Realistic, everyone give the kind man a buck, will ya? Wow, Mr. Realistic, that was my last guest. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you supporting the program. That was Mr. Realistic. By the way, come on back anytime. Thank you for that. Going back to the box, her caller said it was Mr. Roger. Well, I'm looking here on it. It says Oliver Stone. Oliver Stone is a reputable. I'm trying to. It was created in 2016. And I'm just curious to see. I don't know. I guess it's a trailer. Can we get away with a trailer? No, I'm not gonna. I don't want to get it copyrighted, but they do have a trailer for it. But it says Roger Stone. I'd be curious to know. Now he's got me interested in it. I'll look it up and see. It might end up being discussed later on down the line. Somebody said it's actually on YouTube. 2 girls, 1 half. What does that mean? Glock 'em nuts. Going back to the box. That don't eat eggs for a bit. Eggs Ain't that good? I don't know what you're talking about. A local farm by my house has a cooler out by the road. You bring empty cartons, put $2 in a box, and they'll take your eggs. Huh? I don't know what that has to do with what we're talking about, but I did see one of my guests holding on. Miss Mo Betta. Good evening. Welcome. What is that? I hit something else here. Good evening. Welcome to the program. If the box brings my next guest up, I'll see what happens there. Dean, good evening.
Hey, hometown, how you doing? I love listening to you talk.
Appreciate it. Good to have you on. What brings you on tonight? What am I getting wrong?
Oh, you're not doing anything wrong. You're talking the good news.
Thank you.
So let me ask you think Trump's selling out to Russia? I do.
I don't know if I would say he's selling out to Russia. I believe that him and Putin are friends. They probably have a lot going on that we don't know about. They've had a lot going on for years we didn't know about. And he's doing what a friend would do. He's working with them. I don't think the Ukraine ever stood a chance once we reelected Trump.
Well, why does he want Zelensky there?
Because he's not his friend. I mean, he favors Putin, so he's going to do what it takes, just like he favors Netanyahu. And he's going to let Netanyahu have his way with the Palestinians. I mean, that's a friend. Trump is really good on, he's a good guy to be a friend with because he rewards you.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about you, but yeah, I'm 71 years old. I'm a Vietnam vet, disabled, and living on Social Security and my VA, and he wants to take a lot of money away from me, and that's not fair.
So do you feel confident that he's going to mess with the Social Security? I mean, because some folks are saying that's fear-mongering. You feel confident that's actually going to happen?
I actually feel it's going to happen. I think about 10%.
Wow. Yeah, that would certainly put folks living on a fixed income in a bind for sure. Now, I'm assuming you didn't vote for Trump?
Hell no, I can't even say his name.
What is it?
That's one man, I hate that man.
Damn.
I've never hated a man in my entire life. That is one man I hate from the core.
Hate is a strong word there, Dean. What is it about Trump that makes you have that much passion towards the guy?
He's evil.
Damn. You got to elaborate on that.
Evil.
What?
Man, I can't say one good word about that villain. That scum. I mean, he's bad. He's bad for America.
Give me some. Now we talked about Social Security, and that would be bad. But other than that, give me some examples of what Trump has done or proposed that, in your opinion, is bad for America.
Well, what are we going to run the government on with no people? How many thousands of people has he cut from our government? He's taking away the food from kids' mouths. He's taking homes away from people that live there because they won't have money to afford them.
Wow.
He's just taking. It's not for the little man. It's for his millionaire buddies. I know the story is what you hear on the media and these chats, but you know what? Where is that money going? Now they talk about going to these different agencies and finding money that wasn't appropriated properly. Mm-hmm. Show some receipts. Show something. Yeah. Show.
Well, they've started posting. They have started posting some stuff on the Doge.gov website, but it's not always accurate. But they are trying to show some receipts, but you got to really scrutinize the receipts because they're not all accurate.
Well, they must have just come up today or yesterday because they weren't on this weekend.
No, they weren't. They did just come up this week. You are right about that. They did just start posting them. What do you think about Elon?
So, Elon, I don't know enough about him, but you know what? He's filling his pocket. So what's this about $8 million a day is going towards his bank account? Is that true or false?
Well, I mean, when you got the kind of money Elon has, I'm sure he's making millions of dollars a day. I mean, he's gotten a bunch of government contracts. We've essentially outsourced NASA to his company. I mean, obviously, so I don't know if it's 8 million a day, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I don't know how much the guy's making, but you think he's in it for the take? Folks have been suggesting that because he has all the money in the world, he can't be bought and he don't need to rob us.
No. I don't. Now, what about 2 more plane crashes today?
Yeah. Do you?
So we don't have.
Go ahead.
I saw it on the on the nightly news today. 2 more plane crashes.
Do you?
Now we haven't had a fatal plane crash in 19 years in the U.S.
They do seem to be occurring quite frequently. Do you feel that Trump, with all his firings, particularly at the FAA, may be somewhat responsible for this stuff?
Absolutely.
That would justify that evil content then if he's responsible for some planes dropping out of the sky. I'm not totally there just yet, but I will agree with you that it does look like it does seem suspicious that right when you're firing all these people, there's all of a sudden this unnatural amount of plane incidents happening. I mean, we don't plane crashes are even more rare than lightning strikes from what I hear. But they don't seem to be the case right now.
Well, I heard the stat on how often somebody will die in a plane crash. I don't remember what the numbers were, but they calculated flying is still safer than driving a car.
Yeah.
But no, it's no. I cannot say one iota of good about Trump because like I said, I hate the man. And I've also said on chat, too bad that kid missed. That sniper.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
You really want him?
I'm serious, man.
Damn.
I want him unalived. I hate that man.
What?
I'm sorry, Answer, but I've never hated a man more than that man right there because he's hurting our country. He's hurting our country. Right. And this is just my feeling, and I don't believe I'm alone on my feelings, but you know what? This man is not good. And mark my words, this man will be impeached. Even though he has a House and a Senate, us liberals will somehow get him out. How? I don't know. As a matter of fact, I went to the No President's Day at the State House. I watched my shoulder every second because the MAGAs were out there. If they can go in the Capitol building and unalive people in there, they can unalive people in a protest.
Man, you paint a bleak picture.
It's bad, man.
Yeah, you paint a frightening picture. You really think it's that bad? Huh? Wow. I mean, so we have a commander in chief that is, as you're stating, is evil. That's scary, man.
He's beyond. If there's a stronger word than evil, he is that. I don't know any other a stronger word than evil.
You almost sound like you're putting him.
Right there.
You almost sound like you're putting him right up there with Stalin and Adolf and Mussolini and all of them.
No, I'm putting him with the devil.
Damn.
He's standing right next to the devil. This is how I describe Trump: Devil 1 and Devil 2.
I don't. That seems harsh, man.
Hate them.
What is? I mean, look.
I'm not just putting words out. I am telling how my heart feels.
I believe you. Now, you're talking about this guy right here. This guy's a Christian. He's got a Bible in his hand.
Upside down.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, perhaps he wasn't.
Disrespect. No, there's no two ways about it. A Bible is a holy book. It's written by man. You know, if there's a God, I don't know. If there's a devil, I don't know. But total disrespect for the book that you're supposed to worship.
Yeah. Well, he said, well, he got a but there's many more where that came from because he sells them too, though. So.
Yeah, he couldn't even put his hand on the Bible when he took the oath. Fuck that man.
Tell us how you really feel, Dean. Wow. All right, so any chance you think this guy will try to stay in more than 4 years?
I hope not.
And there,
I hope he dies first.
But see, that's his first inauguration there on my monitor. He did put his hand on the Bible the first time. He just didn't do it the second time.
Okay, so the second time.
Yeah, he didn't do it the second time. I think I have a photo somewhere around there. But you're right, he did not do it the second time. So I don't know. Maybe he lost his religion, to quote U2, losing my religion or something like that. I don't know. But
bullshit. Bullshit. The fucking guy's a felon too. There are states in this United States a felon can't even vote to bear arms. But he has 34 convicted felonies, and yet he's our president? Bullshit.
But they say that's a witch hunt.
Bullshit.
They say it's a witch hunt.
Oh my God, come on, home. You know better than that.
I'm just telling you what they say. They say Biden weaponized the Department of Justice to fabricate that stuff.
Now, what about him? All those people raiding the Capitol, day of his presidency, he released them. And they unalived the man, and that man's out too. Why? Why?
He said they got overcharged. I mean, he said Black Lives Matter did the same thing and nothing happened to them.
That Black Lives Matter was unjust. They took a man's life, just like the guy in the subway, too. That Marine took his life, but they let him go, too. That was wrong. He unalived a man.
Yeah. Do you see any... Now but yourself being white yourself, you don't see any intolerance or bigotry coming from him, do you?
No.
Okay. No. All right, fair enough. Man, you really don't have much, not one thing good at all. What about the fact that under Trump we didn't have any new wars?
Not yet. We're going to go into a world war.
What did you think of his first term?
The only thing Trump did on his first term, the PACT Act.
But you don't think his first.
So I could.
But his first term was. You don't think you don't think his first term was that bad though, do you?
I didn't pay attention to it because I figured he's only going to be in for 4 years. I didn't really pay attention to Trump. I mean, he'd come up on TV, I flipped him the finger. I mean, I'd watch all his shit and swirl out. What I thought was great when Pelosi ripped up his State of the Union address, that was awesome. Nobody has ever done that.
Yeah, she ripped up his speech. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these maggots can hate me online. I don't care. You know what? Trump is not good for America. Bottom line.
All right, Dean.
That's just my feeling. You know what? I like you. You're a good man. I can talk to you. And I bet you're a veteran too.
No, I'm not. I didn't do my part, unfortunately. I'm not a veteran.
I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, and this man is destroying our Constitution. Wow. He's changing it. He wants to have a President's Day on his birthday. Fuck him. He's nobody. We had better.
All right, Dean.
He's worse. Oh yeah, I'll stop.
Listen. Feel free to come on through anytime. Doors are always open to you. It's our first time talking, is it not?
Sorry?
This is our first time talking?
It is. I like talking to you. You're a good man.
Thank you.
You've got a big heart.
Appreciate it. Don't be a stranger. Come on back through. My door's always open to you, man. I appreciate you coming through. And thank you for your service. My dad was a Vietnam vet as well. Thank you for your service.
Now, where is home for you? Which state?
Illinois.
Yeah, I'm in New Hampshire. We're a strong Democratic state, and I hope we stay that way. And all you Democrats out there, don't stand. Don't be afraid. Fight. We will win. We will get him out of office. We have to be strong.
Fight. Last time I saw a guy say that, he had just got shot in the ear. I got to move it on. Live free or die in New Hampshire. Thanks for coming through. All right.
Live free or die.
Yep, I appreciate it. Thank you for coming through, Dean. Looking in the comments, a lot of folks, Dean was passionate about his opinion. Always a pleasure having folks on that have a passionate opinion, whether left or right. Thank you for coming through, Dean. You don't want to hear the word. I have to describe Trump's. Damn, you guys are not big Trump fans in here, are you? Oh my goodness. Champaign, Illinois, checking in. Good evening, Champaign. Chris says, I'm in Michigan. Thank you for your service to my last caller. I appreciate that. I love this guy. A lot of folks were favoring my last caller, except for Gene, who referred to it as misinformation. Tap the screen. Can we get to 120? That might be a bit much, huh? 120,000 likes. I'm going to ask you guys to do that. You know we don't block, ban, or censor anyone. This is a free speech program. Feel free to state your case here. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. If you enjoy this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, you're in the right place. Follow the program if you're on TikTok or Instagram, which we are on both platforms live right now. And if you're on YouTube, horizontal or vertical, feel free to drop a subscription in there. Milwaukee, Wisconsin says, Spitfire Shine. Grew up there. Remember the Capitol Court, Grand Avenue days for my Milwaukee folks. I saw a big Republican last night and everyone in the chat was hating Trump. He got so mad he shut his live off. Damn. Baldwin, yikes. Well, you know, my thing is this. No candidate is perfect. If you believe that your candidate is above reproach, you need to check your politics. I mean, look, everything about Biden, Kamala, Hillary, Obama was not perfect. Why would you want to believe that everything about Trump is perfect? I mean, that's how you get better, is taking criticism. For folks who believe I'm so high and mighty I can't be criticized, that's a problem. That is a problem. Looking in the comments, there's plenty of objective evidence that speaks to Trump's character and how poor it is. It's not feelings at all. It's backed by proven evidence. Well, I'll tell you this, Darren. MAGA doesn't believe that Trump has perfect character. They believe that he's great at running the country. They'll admit you don't have to be of good sound character to be a good president. They focus on what he's doing, not necessarily what he says or what he's been involved in. So that's why you can talk about his character and it kind of bounces off of Trump supporters because they'll tell you, yeah, we admit, you know, he slept around or he did that. But look, at the end of the day, the economy, you know, the projection of strength worldwide, whether we're being respected or not, they see that stuff. They don't care about the character. Yeah, he lied to his wife or he did that. I don't care about that. I care about what he's done for me in the country while he's in office. That's how that comes out. So bringing up his character is not going to get you the response you may normally think it would. Looking in the comments real quick, continuing on with the show, I did see Miss Mobetta. I wanted to give her a shout out. Good evening, Miss Mobetta. And Kingfield, we don't run, King. We don't run. Miss Mobetta, good evening.
Good evening, Tim. Good evening.
Only I got a Trump supporter. How are you doing this evening?
Yeah, okay.
I'm having trouble getting me some MAGA up here. I'm having trouble. Jeez.
You know, I usually go hard, but that last guy, he was not having it.
Yeah, he was like Rodman in the paint. He wanted every rebound. Like, damn.
Dean gets the trophy tonight because it was no holds barred. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not cutting no kind of corners. I can't stand that motherfucker.
Why? What is, now, he only got 7% of the black women's vote, so it should come as no surprise a black woman don't like Trump. Most of them don't. But what is it about Trump that would make you personally not vote for him? Because folks are saying under him, we had a good economy. We didn't have any new wars. You could afford groceries. Why don't you like the guy?
Well, see, the thing is, his character sucks. I get character can carry you a lot.
They don't care about character, though. Care about economy.
That's their problem. That's where they fail at. Because he could be playing in your face and you believe, oh, he's doing a good job. You know, so what, he talks this way, talks that way. Listen, he moves worse than he talks.
What do you mean?
They're just not paying attention. First of all, you know, let's go to how him and his pimp is moving right now, which is Elania.
You said pimp?
That's his fucking pimp.
Oh my God.
Call it what you want. Elon is his pimp. He paid good money for Trump. He paid good money for his position. So now they talking about going into the government and let's weed out, let's find. You closed all of these, you're closing all of these entities without even knowing where the money is. You're just saying, oh, let's close it and we'll figure out after the fact.
Yeah.
See, we know what kind of character Trump is. Again, he's like that old cow, I'm going to give you a bucket of milk and turn around and kick it over. That's what he does. So what he's doing, he's going to shut all this down and acting like he's going to be the savior. Oh, I saved this. I saved that job. Oh, I gave them that job. No, you took it away from them.
But when you
I work myself, I work for the government.
Now
There's
you know
two departments that are closing in my job. They have to be out off of the government property by the 27th of this month.
that's happening to you. Say that again.
Yes, there's two departments in my job now that have to be off the property by February 27th. And that's not fabrication. That's not something I made up. These are people that's been on their jobs for 20 years.
Wow.
20 years.
I can't imagine what that must be like. And I also cannot imagine what the folks who are still working for the government, how they must feel. Like the IRS is expected to be the next target, I think, next week. Like, what is the morale like? You know, when you can't do shit because you don't know when you might get laid off.
Well, see, they don't want anybody around that has access to any kind of financial statements or information because he wants to fix it so Elon can continue to get his contracts. So if you're shutting the government down, why are you not shutting his part down either? If we're so-called not in any wars or any threats of wars or anything, why are you spending so much money on the military right now? But not the veterans, though. The veterans are getting cut. They're using that money for the so-called SpaceX and Elon and them Tesla trucks and shit like that. Why are you spending so much money on that stuff?
So what do you think the goal of all of this is?
That's the $1 million question. What is your goal? To take over? To send people back to the breadline because they're not affected. They have enough money to where it wouldn't affect them. Or they're oligarchs.
Are you saying that you think
they don't care?
You said breadline. Are you saying that they're trying to deliberately impoverish the country or something?
They really are. And like Elon said, and Americans are parasites. It's either, and this is my opinion, they either don't care about people starving or for all the jobs that they sent the Hispanic people off of, they want the people in America to try to go work for them. So that way their cronies can still make their money, but there's no longer federal employees. They don't have their federal benefit anymore. They're going to have to go pick those jobs up. So they're assuming that they're going to go be picking these jobs up in the Walmarts and different things like that. But how can people sustain off that when they've been living off a certain kind of income?
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I got a lot of MAGA. MAGA don't make a lot of money, and they don't see what you're seeing. What are you seeing that they don't see?
That's what I don't get. How do they not understand that? First of all, most MAGA are in red states. It takes the Democratic states, which are naturally bigger and pay the more tax. And if we stop paying the taxes and stuff, how the hell are they gonna eat?
No.
MAGA.
But they see Trump as improving the economy, improving living conditions. You sell it.
I'd like to see where.
No.
I'd like to see where. You got people, the unemployment is up right now. That people are out of jobs right now. How is that making America great? How is that great for people who have to pay their taxes?
Well, they see it as the money being saved in terms of all of the programs he's cutting and saving the money, and somehow, some way, that's going to equate to maybe.
That's how he won, because he's an illusionist. He sold them an illusion. So now what they're banking on is this so-called stimulus check, that they claim that they're going to give out. That's the same thing with that last stimulus check. There's fucking stimulus check babies. And when you get that stimulus check, when you go to file your taxes, you're going to have to pay tax on that.
Yeah. Now, the proud American woman in the comments says cutting out billions in wasteful spending is one hell of a start. So that's the response to you, is that, he's cutting all of that money out in wasteful spending. That's doing a lot for this country.
What was wasteful?
Well, they're going to point out USAID and all of the alleged.
I'm not 100% against it because there is a lot of waste. Like I said, why are we paying Elon so much money when we're trying to cut government? You got to start from the top and work your way down. But the little man, the working people, the working class people people are the ones that are paying for it.
Yeah, they're starting from the bottom and working their way
They're
up.
starting from the bottom and going up. That's backwards. That's not helping the American people.
Now
and Elon is not even a fucking American.
No, he's an American citizen too.
Or paper. So was half of the people they trying to deport. They were Americans too.
It's a great point. Great point. Now I want to. Now you know you always bring out the passion in my viewers. I don't know what it is about you.
Of course, they like my lips because I got full lips.
Hey, there's room for that. In the comments, flash in the pans. Now you mentioned Elon being Trump's pimp. Flash in the pan, Pay Dirt says this lady is a retired street girl. And then, of course, right after that, Poole calls you the perfect example of TDS. The floor is yours.
Well, he called me a retired street girl. I might be your mother. Your dad was out there. How about that? Let's go do our genealogy. DNA. And you Florida blondie, you shut your ass up because you look like a lot lizard. How about that?
Oh, my God. Well, I'm sure the drivers know. I heard that. I used to drive. I know a lot lizard is. Oh, my God.
We can go at this all day. And I got razor blade tongues. We can do it all day.
Oh, shit. Well, you know how my program is, especially when I get a sister on here. You guys draw.
Of course.
You and Takesha, y'all draw the worst out of my audience. I'm telling you.
We do. Because you know why they expect us to be stupid? They expect us to be dumb. Oh, y'all from the Black MAGA. Oh, y'all on the plantation. I'm still waiting to hear the name of this plantation. I'm still waiting. Look at our farmers now. They're suffering. Even the farmers that voted for Trump, they're suffering too.
But do you think if they could do it all over again? I still think though, if they could do it all over again, Trump would still win the farmer vote. I think he still would win it.
Yeah, because he sold them illusion. and 9 out of 10 times, their benefit doesn't even come from him. I know the last one didn't. Kamala and Biden fixed their problem. Got the money that Trump denied. Because again, they always say if you want to hide something from somebody, put it in a book. Because people don't take the time to read. They not reading no bills. They not reading no policies. They not doing any of that. They're just listening to what this man says. Oh, well, Trump said he was shot too.
What are you trying? Whoa! What are you trying to say? What are you getting at? What are you getting at? I saw the guy hold his ear. I heard the
fucking paper cut. He ain't even got no scar. And if it was if it came from that pew that they said that kid had, that thing would have took his damn ear off.
Maybe he is Superman. Maybe his ear is made of Teflon.
Yeah, you're right. You see, he calling himself a king.
Yeah, you know what is it? How do you view that? Is that just trolling?
He's King Dingaling is what he is. And I'm not talking about the size of his penis either.
Now, is there anything that all this man has done that you view as good for this country?
Sleep. Maybe he can go, when he go to fall asleep at these press conferences, probably the best he can do because his mouth is closed.
And now they gonna say that. You know they gonna say that was Joe Biden falling asleep at press conferences.
And Trump would sleep just as much as he would, but they were so focused on Biden that they missed Trump's nap. And Trump was wearing a diaper.
I have heard that so many times. That guy, you really think that guy wears a diaper?
They say he has a very bad body odor. He probably does wear a diaper. Listen, if you got a weak bladder, you got a weak bladder. But don't stop. Don't get up there like you the shit and like all women like your ass. No, nigga. Oh, excuse me, motherfucker. Get your raggedy ass out of here. You ain't shit. He is what they call him. He inherited money from his father. That's the only reason why he's in the position he is now. It's because he had money. Because he had no qualifications. He's a criminal. Like, come on. Why is it they can deny his convictions, but anybody else you get denied for having that?
Yeah. All right, let me get out of it. Let me leave this cookout hanging. I'm hanging around with your ass at the cookout. Let me get back to my guest. I gotta move.
Fuck yo, like listen. Listen, we got
my God.
A spade around here. We know why he got rid of DEI because he's threatened. He's threatened by anybody that look like me and that has any kind of sense. He's threatened by that.
All right, fair enough, Miss Mobetta. Nobody does it. Nobody does it better.
Thank you guys. Thank y'all for the gifts and continue to tap. Watch him. It's still on. We get about 130,000.
Jesus Christ! I gotta get MAGA just to wash it out. With you in my last caller was even as bad as you were. My last caller was even man.
Listen, I don't like him. I'd rather see him just go away. But I'm not wishing death on nobody. I'm not gonna do that.
All right, appreciate it. You was a fan favorite tonight. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. I don't know. She had me laughing so much. I got a new device here that I got and for some reason I hit the damn button wherever it is back there, and I don't laughing at her because she really hit hard with that last comment. Now you see my device back there flashing. It will allow me to start addressing some of you folks that do support the program. So you will see that on there as I get that working. So that's what you're seeing behind me flashing. And I don't have a way to control it because I'll just turn it off because I don't know what I hit behind me. There we go. Anyway, looking in the comments, man, that was rough. I need to wash that out with some MAGA for sure. Speaking of which, we'll go back to the bots. Robert Porter, good evening. Welcome to the program. Yikes, she took it to the house with that. Robert, now I'm assuming you didn't agree with my last caller. What say you?
You know I didn't agree. I didn't agree with the last two callers.
Yeah, they definitely had some adverse views of Trump.
Listen, I came up here to say this. There are so many delusional people out there.
Define
Trump's
delusional.
in charge, and the reason he's doing what he's doing, he's starting at the bottom and reached the top because he's going in and seeing where all this money went and to see if this money actually made it to where it was supposed to go. Because there's a lot of money that's gone that no one knows where it's at.
What? But wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Y'all sat there and said earlier, I listened, oh, well, they could be making this stuff up. Well, let me ask you a question. Sure. All the stuff they done called out and Elon had put on X and all that, why hasn't the Democrats come back with some paperwork to prove them wrong?
They have.
Oh,
they have. They've come back and shown.
What did they come back with?
Yeah, they've come back and shown that the 150-year-old Social Security recipients was due to a COBOL era in the program, and that wasn't true. Obviously, Gaza was not in the Middle East. It was a whole different Gaza. The Reuters was not the Reuters, the media he talked about. It was Reuters, another different company. The money to Politico was not accurate. I'm giving you stuff off the dome. There's a lot more stuff. A lot of stuff he said was not true.
When y'all spoke about, I'm talking about when you spoke about him and Elon being his pimp. Elon's not in charge.
Well, but hold on. Let me
choosing him because he's smart.
Okay, let me respond. Hold on. Let me respond. Let me respond by hold on. Let me respond by saying this. In regards to whether Elon is his pimp or in charge, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm just going to simply say that's politics. Every president in office, people say that when Biden was in office, he was a puppet for Obama. When Obama was in office, he was a puppet for the Clintons. So Trump is in office, people were saying he's a puppet for somebody. That's how politics works. It may not be right.
I understand that.
Yeah. So
what I'm saying is, Eli has there's no problem with him going into personal stuff. He has a high security clearance. Trump didn't give him that.
Yeah, he did. Wait. Hold on. The only reason Elon is there is because Trump said this guy can be trusted. He wasn't voted in. He wasn't approved by the House or the Senate or anything. Trump showed up with this dude and said, it's almost like Kanye showing up with Nick Fuentes. They just let him in. The American people never vetted Elon Musk or anything. He just came by way of Trump's invitation. So I don't know if he's good. I don't know if he's bad.
I mean, y'all just took Harris and nobody got to vote. They just put her in. So what's the difference?
Well, first of all,
this is supposed to be the party of joy and love. Look, you got supporters wanting to unalive the man. I mean, really? This man, he's trying to make it a better America, a stronger America. He's looking into where money's going. Don't he have the right to look into See where the money is going in all these departments?
Yeah, I agree with that. But let's just be.
And why are people so mad about that? Don't you want to know where your tax money's going?
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. You say why should people be mad about it and all this stuff? You do realize Trump talks to people like they're shit. People are not going to just let him do what he wants to do. You do acknowledge that Trump says all kinds of awful shit about people, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You realize there's a consequence to that, right?
Always.
Okay, so that plays a part in a lot of the stuff you're talking about. Treating people like shit comes with consequences. I mean, the guy's talking about getting rid of Black History Month and shit like that. I mean, you're doing things that have nothing to do with it.
Let me ask you something. You know how hard now, the way things have changed, to be white, to be not even have money. You're really screwed if you're white and you don't have money.
Shit, I want to be white.
If I spoke up to you and said, hey, Tim, I'm going to start a White History Month. Man, I'd be called racist, white supremacist, nationalist, all because I want a White History Month.
Well,
but it's okay to have a Black History Month and nobody says nothing.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. And I agree with you that if you wanted to call it White History Month, people would say all those vile things that you just said. However, the difference is every month is White History Month. For instance, before they had Black History Month, only history we talked about in this country was history in relations to white people. We just didn't call it White History Month, but that's exactly what it was. So they would call you those vile names, but it's just because you want to call it White History Month. But fact is, all months are White History Month. We don't really talk about.
But ain't my history your history?
No, it's not. Because we would never say make America great again. No, it's not. We don't want to go back to that shit.
I think y'all take that make America great thing like y'all do everything. Y'all twist that. What he's talking about, making America great, was when I was growing up. I'm older, you know that. Mm-hmm. When I was growing up, we didn't have the government in our house. We didn't have all the laws and the rules and the stuff that we have to go by now. We have slowly, the past 2 or 3 generations, we have lost the power. We no longer, and you know what? They use fear to take it away.
Lewis, thank you. Wait. So what are you saying? What are you saying we want to go back to? Disciplining kids, or what are you talking about?
No, I want to go back to where we don't have the government all in our business. When I was a little kid, I sat on my mama's lap. Not to say it was safe and we should go back to that. I'm just giving you an example. I sat on my mama's lap with a seatbelt over me so I could walk. I never sat in a car seat. They never forced it. I got in the back of the pickup truck 3, 4 years old and sat back there.
So you want to have the right to.
I got my license. I was allowed to have whatever under 18 in my car. Now they're in Virginia. You're only allowed to have one other person under 18 if you got your driver's license and you're 16. I'm just saying that's the kind of stuff.
Yeah, but you think that going back to that stuff would make the country great?
No, but I think they're trying to give us back some of the power that we lost, like education. At the state level, they're not going to lose no funding, federal funding for, breakfasts and lunches and stuff. That's not going to happen. Just like he said in Social Security. I know y'all think he lies all the time, but what did he say when they asked him about Social Security? He said, Social Security's going nowhere. I'm hoping to make it stronger.
Well, to be honest with you, people think he lies all the time because he does say some stuff and then...
He does. And you know what, Tim? You know how I am. Sometimes, like I told many times before, sometimes it's hard to defend Trump. I know he means well, but sometimes he just says things, and I think he just wants a reaction. He already knows he's going to get a reaction. I think he has some kind of entertainment. To me, that's dumb. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's very dumb. You and I agree with that. But my point is this. You can't do things that cause a reaction and then bitch about getting a reaction.
Yeah, I think it truly is. Because he doesn't believe anything on the left anyway. The media's all liars. So he just throws them a bunch of lies so they can run and twist it up and do what they want with it. But it backfires on them.
Well, I will say this too, in regards to saying the media is all lying and things like that. Both Trump
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's how Trump treats them.
Yeah, but
fake news.
But what I was going to say is that both Trump via Truth Social and Elon Musk via X, they are media themselves now. And they post stuff on their sites that is not always true. Elon Musk and Trump post things. I mean, I always bring up the Haitian migrants with the cats and dogs because I think that's a great example of a clear lie. But I mean, they post.
That's funny as shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny.
It was a lot.
Yeah, it's funny if you're not getting the bomb threats and people not coming to your town threatening to take your life for hurting animals. But it ain't funny to the people he's doing that to.
Right, I'm not saying that, but I just couldn't believe that was even something that he said, would say, and he did. And see, that's the kind of stuff you can't defend Trump. It's hard.
Yeah.
But as far as business-wise, as far as what he's doing, I don't have a problem with it. And as long as Elon has a high security clearance, I don't think the man with that kind of money is looking to amass.
Why do people
pay him $8,000?
Why not?
A day?
You know how many rich people rip people off all the time? Being rich don't mean. I mean, there are billionaires. There are billionaires that have been.
That's the thing, though. Just because he's rich or somebody else is rich doesn't mean they're doing it.
No, but it doesn't mean they're excluded.
You know how, like, if you put money down your house and say you had company over and somebody walked by the kitchen counter and you had 40 up there and somebody took it, and you pretty much know who took it, but you didn't see it and no one else did, you wouldn't accuse them. You know why? Because you don't have evidence. You can't prove that they actually took it, but you know in your heart they did.
Okay.
You know, it's the same thing.
I don't know. My point is this: I get a lot of
people are greedy, and that goes for the left and the right.
Yeah.
The only problem is there's a lot of this money that went for stuff that, shouldn't have went. But my point is nobody argued a lot of it. A lot of it that's been brought out, I don't hear anybody, saying, no, that's not true about 1.5 of this or commercial in Iraq for Sesame Street. That's not true.
Some of that stuff.
And that's ridiculous if that is true.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not. Hold on. I'm not saying that everything they're saying is a lie. I agree with you. Plenty of it is true, but the fact is they are lying about some stuff. Everything they're saying is not true.
Absolutely, and you have to fish through it, Tim. Sorry you have to do that, but you know what? You got to fish through what's real. You know how you know when they're telling the truth? When the left diverts. Like, I'm talking about the senators, congressmen, Waters, all of them, they'll pivot and they'll turn it on Trump by, we're just trying to protect the American people. Well, if that was the case, why didn't somebody do this long before? Why didn't we audit all these places long before now?
Listen, at the end of the day, I'm with you.
But I'll land my plane with this. But the reason it wasn't, because everybody went to politics with $187,000 salary and then come up $6, $7, $8 million, even more. And where is it coming from?
I don't know. Like I said, I gotta see more in terms of their accuracy. Like as far as I'm concerned,
appearances work. You see what?
There's been too many things so far that has been proven to not be true for me to just accept everything they're saying. It sounds great what they're doing.
Just the left.
What?
The rhinos on the right, they're mad because they're not getting theirs now. It wasn't just Democrats. Democrats just real good at it, and a lot more were doing it. But they're rhinos on the right. Oh, they mad because they also are worth $6, $7, $8 million, and they're on $187,000 salary.
I can't speak on whether they're rhinos or not. I mean, you can be critical of Trump and not be a rhino. I don't know why they just instantly become rhinos. I don't know where to go with that.
What I'm saying, there's the right, there's MAGA, and then there's the left. MAGA believes that everybody should get a fair. Everybody. Like this money that they found. I know there's been rumors, Elon even said it, that they might try to give some of that back to the people in checks. I don't even know if it's true. They even said it would average out to about close to $5,000 a check. Right. Which I don't know how true that is. I don't know if they would give that away.
It would make a huge difference if they did that. I know that.
Right, let me ask you something, Tim. How would you feel about that? How would that make you feel about Trump if that happened?
I would be on here talking about it, but a lot of the things that Trump's doing, they go against my principles. $5,000, I would certainly spend that money with the quickness, but some of the things that he does, I don't favor. I mean, like I said, he's still talking about giving cops, giving them immunity and shit like that. I can't overlook that for $5,000. I mean,
look, let me tell you something. Just like he said about the woman that was in the kitchen with the hot water, he watched that, and he said, situation like that, there's no immunity for that. They've already had immunity.
I don't know what the police are doing right now that would make him want to. I don't know what the police are doing right now that he believes they need to have immunity. I don't know. They had enough power now. I don't see why their powers need to be expanded. I'm not going to be okay with any form of immunity more than what they have right now. I don't know what extra powers he's trying to give them.
Third-party committee when there is a shooting or to decide whether there's going to be criminal charges or he is immune from prosecution.
He didn't say all that. He didn't say all that. I like the way you're putting it, but he didn't say all that. So he didn't explain it right.
That's what he's talking about.
Well, I got the clip of him talking.
Now, you think MAGA is and I know most of the left thinks we're crazy. They think we ran up in the Capitol. But anyway, you think, honestly, Tim, you know a lot of MAGA. You think they're going to tolerate that?
What, running in the Capitol building?
No, I'm talking about immunity for police. They can go around and do whatever they want. You think we're going to tolerate that?
That's a great question. Fact is,
I don't care what color they do.
Yeah, well, hold on. That's a great question. Would MAGA tolerate giving the police immunity? Not to them. But if it's happening to somebody else over there, yeah, they'll tolerate it. It's not, as long as you don't do it to me, but if you do it to somebody, yeah, they'll tolerate that.
Tolerate that for no American. Because we believe in all Americans are Americans. Even the ones that didn't vote for Trump.
I don't think they, wait, hold on. You're telling me they think that, hold on. You're telling me they think that all Americans are, they didn't seem to give a damn about the Capitol Police.
Who didn't?
MAGA.
You got to understand, there was a lot of things going on that day. You can't solely blame that on MAGA.
Who the hell was it?
There was other people involved in that.
Trump said it was a love fest. Is that what you seen?
Look what the committee did. The committee lost evidence. Come on.
You got people on video.
Tell you right there.
You got people on video beating the hell up out of cops. You literally got them on video.
Of course you do. And you got people also sitting there yelling, hey, are you going to stop these people from going in? And they were MAGA.
Here's my point. If you're on video, hold on. Here's my point. If you're literally on video beating the shit up out of a cop, why are you getting pardoned? So it's never on your criminal record. How does your criminal record get clear if you're on video beating the cop up? How does that work?
Well, I disagree with the clearing of the record. I believe that if you're going to pardon them, that's fine, but it still stays on your record. I mean, if you were guilty of the crime and was sentenced to that, then I think you should keep that crime. You understand?
Why should you pardon the person that beat up a cop?
Trump, I can't go inside Trump's head, but
I mean, I'm trying to go in your head. I'm trying to get it from you.
Hey, how do you know Tim didn't feel bad? That Trump didn't feel a little responsible by.
Are you really saying what you're saying right now? I know he didn't feel bad.
We don't know. You don't know Trump. Let me ask you something, Tim. When you were 30 years old, 20 years old, did you think the same way at 30?
I'm not gonna call myself the Law and Order Party and then pardon somebody who beat up a cop on video. You're not gonna I don't care what age I am. I'm not gonna be okay with that. The guy, some of them folks are literally on video doing that.
You're allowed to feel that way.
Huh?
You're allowed to feel that way.
Yeah.
But I think until I actually was there myself and actually seen the whole dynamics that went on, because there's a lot of stuff that is missing here and there and whispered in the corner. I mean,
hold on. You see a protester.
I'm not denying anybody got violence, because there was violence.
You see a protester beating up a cop with a flag, and you're telling me I need to see more of that? What are you expecting to see?
I mean, that's one incident.
Okay, then why not keep?
Look,
If
you
that,
don't know
hold
what
on.
flared that incident.
If that
You
is
don't
just
know if outside sources came in them groups.
okay,
You don't think that happened?
that ain't what I'm. That's not what I'm
They did it,
saying.
look,
That's
Antifa did it to B&L.
that's not what I'm.
BLM,
That's not what
when
I'm
they
saying.
were protesting.
Hold on. If you got one guy on video beating up a cop, you're right. I don't know what else has happened, but the one guy you got on video doing it, why is he getting a pardon?
Because we don't know the full story. I don't know if Trump knows something I don't know. I can't sit there. That would be strange if there wasn't any special circumstances.
What else are you expecting to see? What else are you?
Or Trump said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna pardon all of them."
Do you favor him doing that?
No, I don't actually.
You said he beat the shit out of me, but you don't know the full story. Oh my God!
No, you really can't. I'm not saying that the full story ain't. He was beating the shit out of people. I'm not saying that ain't the story. All I'm saying is I don't know all the facts. And anytime you don't know all the facts, you can't really make a good decision on what you think. You have to actually sit back and wait on it, because I have to read that whole thing that went on in court, each case, how they did it. What was testimony. I have to look at all that. Then I could probably give you a very good answer.
I think, in my opinion, based on what you're saying, you were literally.
I'll say this, Tim. I'll give you this. If this guy just simply went out and started beating up on a policeman just to beat up on him, so he was mad at the world, no, he shouldn't have been pardoned, brother.
I think you were literally going out of your way to give them the benefit of the doubt. If somebody's caught on video beating up a cop,
I do the same for Harris and Biden.
No,
all that.
if you're caught beating a cop, nobody ever asks, well, let's hear the whole story. If you're on video beating up a cop, even if the police pulled me over on some bullshit, and I knew it was a bullshit stop, it was bullshit arrest and all of that, nobody's going to excuse me beating that cop up.
What if you busted your window and yoked you out the window and started beating your ass? You're not going to try to protect yourself?
I'm saying the public is not going to be okay with a citizen beating up a cop. You talking about all of this? I need to see the full story and all this stuff. You're going out of your way to get in the benefit of the doubt. That's what I'm saying.
Well, y'all sit here and say the cops are abusive. They do this and that.
What are you, Black Lives Matter now?
One gets beat up.
What are you, Black Lives Matter now? You Black Lives Matter now all of a sudden?
No, but you can't have your cake and ice cream and eat it too.
Oh, and then
Is that what that's called?
Exactly what it's called.
All right, I got to move it on. Robert, you always drive a hard bargain. Appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you.
Hey, man, look, man, much love to the left and the right. You know what I'm saying? God bless y'all. I love all y'all.
All right, don't beat me up, okay? Because I may not be able to get the full story out. All right, good talk. Appreciate it.
Hey, man, you have a blessed night.
You too. All right, moving on with the program. I was about to play a clip, but I won't because we're not talking anymore. But I do want to play another clip that I think you guys should hear. We're going to keep it down to a minute before I go back to the box. But this is why some folks are questioning Elon. Now, this is News Nation, a favorite channel, but the reporter is not going to be viewed favorably by MAGA because he's a former CNN reporter, Chris Cuomo. But I still want you to hear it. You can criticize Chris Cuomo, but I want you to hear what he's presenting here.
Double good. Use an outside guy? Okay. Bring an unorthodox approach in with him? Okay, depending on what he's doing and why. Transparency. Now, pretending that Mr. Musk doesn't work for the agency he clearly runs to avoid legal, even constitutional requirements, and running that in federal court like Trump did today, now you're getting swampy. Then you start playing with facts about key programs and cutting the poor instead of big companies. Now you get why there are people in the streets all over this country. To borrow a line from Judge Judy, and who doesn't, don't pee on key programs and tell us it's raining waste, fraud, and abuse. And that is exactly what Trump did, echoing Elon's erroneous data about Social Security. Why when there is so much legit stuff to fix? Why does Elon continue to make things up? Millions of elderly Americans are not fraudulently collecting Social Security. 150-year-olds listed on Social Security rolls, it's not a real thing. And yet,
people that live to 100 to 109, 4,734,000. Wow, that's a lot. People from 150 years old to 159 years old, 1,345,000. I asked Elon, who are these Doge people? He said they're super brilliant computer people and they love the country. It's simple.
Simple, except they're wrong again and again and again. And an actual data expert at the Brookings Institute found that only 89,000 Americans who are 99 years or older receive Social Security. Last time I checked, that's nowhere near close to millions. The Social Security stunt is obvious. My concern is manipulation of arguably the most important federal program in the country, Medicaid. And what's happening there is subtle, but potentially far more consequential. Why? Medicaid is a top expense for America, no question. But again, I argue to you, the most important program in the federal government. Why? 1 in 5 people receive benefits. Over 80 million people. Mostly who? Poor, women, kids, elderly. For what? Health care. Since its inception in 1965, the numbers have grown because the need has grown, and the state's ability to handle that need has shrunk. Remember, it's a cost-sharing thing, right? It's supposed to be 20 for the Fed, 80.
He goes down the list. I'll stop it there, but he does go down the list. Appreciate that. Alter Ego, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. He goes down the laundry list about how many folks receive, basically how many folks are receiving assistance from Medicaid. It's insane. Like, I mean, some areas it's as many as 20 to 25% of the citizens. And he rightfully points out that a lot of these citizens are in Republican areas, and he asked the question, what are the Republican senators in Congress going to tell their constituents? Like, you cutting programs that your people are using. I mean, he talks about, I forgot how many members that are in like nursing homes that receive some sort of Medicaid benefit. It's a lot.
For the states when it was first sold. Now, most of the states need more than half or 2/3 of the money given by the Fed. So they need more and more money from the federal government to help. Okay? That's the deal with Medicaid. The idea that it's just the federal government doling it out. The states need it. And Trump knows this. And the president said he would protect it. But does his party have other ideas? Yes, argues Democratic member of Congress Jake Auchincloss right here last night. Listen.
And we won't even go into that, but looking in the comment section, it's like 25% or more. Yeah, I mean, you start fucking with Medicaid, you're hurting millions of Americans. I mean, that's going to be noticeable right away. Going back to the box, and I thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Going to King Finn. Good evening, King. Now, King, you heard me doing all kinds of shit you didn't like. So, what am I doing wrong?
I got to come for your head tonight. Okay.
What am I doing?
So let me just go back, and I'm about to just tap on your homeboy head who just left. Partner, everything he said was a swirl and a fuck up. Come on, man. You can't have it both ways. That's what we telling you. The Gen 6 was traitors. Why in the hell were we pardon traitors? Okay, you got love for everybody. What about BLM? You got love for everybody. All Americans. What about Antifa? I don't know. We gonna cut. Leave that alone, okay? So I'm gonna start at the top of my list, all right? So, according to the national budget, USAID is only 12% of the American federal budget, right?
Okay.
Yearly budget, annually budget. Why are we cutting into that 12%? Because Elania, like Ms. Mobetta said that it's wasting too much money. Okay, that's bullshit.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that kids outside of America who could possibly bring something, a fucked up malaria, some type of messed up, disease from there, or keep it there in the country they're in, don't get sick. That's something we should be looking at. Because if we don't, what can happen again? COVID. Yeah. Us not being in the world, in the WHO. What is that going to help us if we're not helping other countries keep up with the times?
Yeah, some of that money being spent is to literally pay to keep drama over there as opposed to it coming home to us. Yeah, I agree with that.
We're going to keep on going because I'm not even finna touch on the whole thing. I'm going to let Alter and the rest of them get your head right on that shit. So, wait, where we going? You
told me I was fluffing. You accused me of fluffing.
Oh, yeah, you've been fluffing all day, dog. You've been fluffing all day. You've been letting MAGA talk and get their bullshit off like you did a couple minutes ago. All right, so if he's trying to cut down all of the damn waste, why are we not, and I understand a lot of y'all, a lot of my dudes in here, I'm military, it's going to hurt for me to say this, but it's the truth. The highest paid part of the budget is the military. If we ain't got no new wars going on, why are we not digging into that? Because from what I understand, 70 cents of every dollar spent in America goes to the military budget.
Damn.
That sound right? 70 cents out of each American dollar is going to the military. Wow. Okay, we're going to set that there on top of the table. We're going to let that shit sit for a second. Okay, so, what was the next one? What was he doing? I can't even read that. I was so mad when I wrote this shit. Your boy pissed me off so bad. What was that?
Well, he said, I got one for you. I got
one for you. The stimmy. So everybody checking in for these stimmies again. Everybody checking in for these stimmies. You want your stimmy? I want my stimmy, right? Yeah. Trump ain't the one who did that.
He did the second one. He did the second one.
He did the second one, but he didn't want to. You think he really
I don't care about that. I don't care about it. Listen, if you put some money in my pocket, I don't care if you want to or not. If you put money in my pocket, you get credit for putting money in my pocket.
Cutting spending. Wow. Oh yeah, that's another one. So there's my other one right there. How is he planning on cutting spending when he's trying to turn Gaza into the new Midwest, or not Midwest?
The Riviera of the Middle East.
Arabic Riviera of the Middle East.
Well,
how is he cutting spending by doing that?
I can respond to that. Now, I'm going to put my MAGA hat on. I'm going to play devil's advocate on this.
Boy.
The response will be, this is going to be just like building a wall and Mexico is going to pay for it. You're going to spend money up front, but it's an investment to cash in the back. That's like when you build a wall or you correct the trade imbalance with Mexico, it's going to lead to more money being brought back to America. If you change Gaza to the Riviera of the Middle East, we're going to be taxing all of that. It'll be tourists, all of that, expensive hotels. We're going to cash in on that. America will get a percentage of that. Just like Vegas gets a percentage of the casinos. That's my defense of that.
But are you going to see that money? You going to see some of that money?
I don't believe any of this. I'm just telling you what's going to be said.
Who's going to see some of that money?
America.
It's just like that stimmy. Who? America who?
No, I mean America.
What part of America? I need to move to the part where the money is coming in. This is what I'm asking you. Where's the money coming in so I can go get my piece?
The taxpayers.
Because I still ain't got my motherfucking 40 acres and a mule. Where's my 40 acres and a mule? I still ain't got that.
All right, Spike Lee.
Talk to me, Tim.
Hold
on. So wait. So yeah. Oh, the other talking point that had me busted up the other day. I was dying laughing. Your boy talking about Ukraine the one started the war. So wait. The Ukraine went and invaded themselves.
There is no difference.
Tanks and shit, Thompsons and tanks, and started, invading themselves.
Yeah, to me, out of all the things that Trump has ever said that is not true, that's probably the worst because the whole world knows who started that war. I don't know why he would make something up that stupid. Everybody knows that the Ukraine did not start that war.
And now I'm finna go back to your last call. Because I'm for me.
Now he said it was. Hold on. He said it was harder being a white guy in this country. What say you?
If you don't get your ass up out of here with that bullshit. See, the reason he was able to sit on his mama lap at 2 or 3 years old and only ride with her seatbelt is because that wasn't his damn experience. His experience was not in Black America. Just like you said, it's not gonna bother him. He's okay with selling his soul for police immunity. He's fine with that because he ain't got to worry about being the person that's being beat on, that's being subject to all of the damn stops. He ain't got to worry about none of that. It wasn't his experience because he wasn't the one that was getting ran down by the cops. chased in every damn neighborhood, or the cops riding around your damn neighborhood. They're not doing that to white people in rural America. They're doing that to black people in inner cities. They staying on the block, watching out. They see some black kids instantly. They pull it, they whipping out their nightsticks ready to go. I go to the damn, and I don't live in a super, black part of town or no super white part of town. I'm right in the middle. So I go to the SA every day. I go up there. I'm in an old rusty ass Buick. I'm old. I like rusty cars. I don't want a TPS sensor. I don't need that shit. Okay? So I take my rusty ass Buick up to the gas station and somebody pulls up in a new Jeep. You know what the first thing they do is? They see a large black man in a Buick and they lock their doors. Why is that with no other car in the parking lot? Why is that? Because you're scared I'm gonna steal your car. What you really don't know is I can't fit in your raggedy ass Jeep and I don't want it. Because I don't want the damn car payment. I can go get me a Jeep if I want one. I don't want that. I want my rusty ass 24-year-old Buick. Because that's what I like. Right. Stop locking your doors. Stop lying to yourself.
It's odd that you say that because I go for walks and my neighborhood is not an all black neighborhood by any means. And I've been walking in my neighborhood for years, but when I first started doing it, I used to hear that same thing. You go walking down the block and when you get near a car, you can hear damn, somebody's looking at me walking down the street. I actually have had that happen, so I know what that's like. I'm looking around like, why the fuck is you locking your door? I know what it's like, though.
What the hell? You gonna clutch your purse when I get in the elevator? Do you think I care? I don't care about your damn purse. I got way more of it. I can have $5,000-$6,000 in my pocket right now. You don't know? I don't want your raggedy ass purse. Who am I gonna give it to?
Yeah.
With your fake ass Target purse, girl, please.
I'll tell you, like I say on the program a lot, I've watched a lot of Fox News over the last 20 years or so, and it makes me feel an adverse way when I see African Americans because they portray us in a really bad light. And when I'm out, like when I'm in Chicago in certain neighborhoods, I'm hesitant myself now, and I have to remind myself, like, you grew up in this shit. But if you watch enough of it, because they show you the bad stuff over and over and over again, it does have an effect on you. So I can see somebody clutching their pearls or, some old man that's shooting some black kid through the door because the kid just wanted directions. I mean, if you watch Fox or if you watch far-right media, the stories are pretty drastic. I can see how that can happen because it started happening to me. So I know it can happen.
And your boy said, oh, well, nobody wants Elon to look into their money. Don't nobody, y'all all mad because Elon looking into the money. Yeah, I'm mad because he don't got a bit of damn security clearance. He's not an elected official. Nobody told him it was okay to come do this. And he got a team of 25-year-olds looking into the most sensitive information in America. Yes, that would piss me off. Yes, I have a problem with that. Yeah. I don't need him looking into my damn taxes. What I need this dude looking at some 25-year-olds. Hell, wasn't the one dude fired for giving up information on another country or another company he worked for?
I'm not aware.
Some insider shit?
I didn't know that. I haven't heard that one. I know one guy was a racist. I do know that.
The other, yeah. He was, well, he said some racist stuff in a couple tweets way back.
Well, no, it wasn't way. No, it wasn't way back. That's just like 5 or 6 months old. It ain't way back. God. Yeah, when he started saying make hating Indians or make Indian hate normalized, he said I was a racist before it was cool. I mean, dude is only like 25 years old, so he ain't that fucking old.
And that's when you got looking into my money.
Yeah,
that's when you got looking into my money. Yeah, now, I don't think I'm okay with that. Like I said, MAGA will sell their soul for anything, because they will fall for anything, because they believe that old proverb: just make sure you make them think that they're richer than the black man, and it's gonna be okay. That's how they play every day.
What are you saying that MAGA's,
man? I keep trying to tell you.
Yeah, but you're making it sound like MAGA's majority racist or something.
I think it was a couple months back I heard somebody say, not all MAGA are racist, but all racists are MAGA.
I don't buy that.
Ain't that about what he said?
I don't believe that.
I do buy that.
I don't believe that because
every time I hear somebody say they MAGA, that's another thing I found. And I think I was on here listening to you when they said that. Why is it that blacks for Trump got to be blacks for Trump? White blacks for Trump got to be blacks for Trump.
Yeah, I posted that.
Latinos for Trump. Yeah, Latinos for Trump got to be Latinos for Trump. But if you white and you MAGA, you just MAGA.
Yeah, there's no whites for Trump group out there. I don't know why that is. But everybody else gets called, blacks for Trump, gays for Trump, Muslims for Trump, but whites, you just MAGA. It's just, I guess it's just assumed. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
Me neither. But it goes to show you there's a pattern. It's like they say, oh, you need to give him some time. Give him some time. Give him some time for what? He already had a pattern. The pattern's already there. We don't need to see no more what Trump gonna do. The pattern suggests that the market is gonna fall. The pattern suggests that he gonna do some grimy shit. The pattern suggests that he in bed with Russian oligarchs, and he probably, like your caller said, a couple calls ago, my man, I forgot his name, but he was from the Navy. That dude is the damn devil. I'm sorry, I got to agree with my man, because my man had you. Hey, yo, your man's he had some truth going on. Okay, he was real.
What is making you get look? The guy is just trying to give us a decent economy and make America great. Why are you comparing him to the devil?
Because number one, I don't remember a time where America was so damn great. And number two, he ain't trying to give nobody a great economy except for himself. It's giving major Handmaid's Tale right now.
Damn.
Major Handmaid's Tale.
No faith in this man at all, huh?
Hell no, I ain't got no faith in him. I got more faith in the damn stork and Santa Claus than I got in that clown.
All right, King, I gotta move it on, but damn, yikes.
Hey, man, I'm gonna tell you again, man. Every time I catch you on here, you fluffing, I'm coming to tell you. You gotta stop fluffing, man.
I'm not fluffing. I let the people speak.
You fluffing, man.
Oh,
you fluffing.
God.
All right. Peace.
Always a pleasure, King. Thank you. How many of you guys watching the program know what it is to be a fluffer? Because he accused me of fluffy. Now, I just learned what a fluffer is on this program, by the way, because somebody called me a fluffer before. How many of you guys know what a fluffer is? Now, I get this. When I say I am open to free speech and I don't criticize, and I didn't say I don't criticize. I said I'm open to free speech, and you can be critical of me, anybody on the program. That's how free speech works. We don't block, ban, or censor here. A fluffer, pornographic job. In between the scenes when the man is starting to die off, a fluffer is to keep the man in the game, keep the erector set working, if you know what I mean. So a fluffer. So I guess the assumption, if I'm getting this correct, is that get them ready is what WTA whatever that says. Yeah, get them ready. So what am I fluffing, MAGA? What the fuck is that? God, that's a horrible insult. I'm for free speech, but damn, I can feel that one. Will G says, did you know Obama and Biden deported more people than Trump? When Obama was at the helm. Now, during the Biden-Harris team, people were coming in, the floodgates were open. But under Obama, the deportations were at a record high. And I think that has pissed off Trump, and he's trying to knock those numbers down. But Obama right now has a higher record of deportations than Trump. So bullshit. Trump removing all the whistleblowers and inspectors in itself is questionable, and that is being done. Now Trump wants to do something with the judges. It does seem like Trump is getting everybody out the way that is putting up resistance. And that is very effective, because that's probably the main reason why Congress, the Republican members of Congress, are not criticizing Trump in any way. People are scared of their jobs, of losing their jobs. That also will work very well in all of these federal layoffs. It works in the corporate sector as well. It's kind of like a Gestapo tactic. Once you make examples of people, folks who might have normally spoke up or been a detractor or a critic will see the example you made of the other person, and they don't want to say shit. Like, for instance, if Trump and Elon are laying off people that are actual valuable members of our country in some of these federal jobs, they've made an example of so many people that the remaining people in office, or better yet, the remaining federal employees are going to be afraid to speak up, because they've shown that if you say something they don't like, they're going to fire you too. So you may I mentioned this, I made a reference to this in regards to all the plane crashes. Now, I'm speculating here. I'm not faulting Trump for the plane crashes. Understand that. But I am saying, because so many people in federal jobs are afraid of getting fired, that if he does fire folks in the aeronautic industry, FAA folks, If some of them folks that are still there working believes that the reason why air safety has declined is because they're firing too many people, you cannot be sure they're going to speak up, because if they do, they know they'll get fired too. The point I'm making is that you may have folks that are afraid to alert us to safety issues because they may lose their job. People are scared. People are scared of losing their jobs. So that could become a major problem. That if you're letting go of people that are people that are actually valuable to us, the remaining folks that are left behind are not going to alert anybody because they're scared of losing their jobs as well. I mean, he's came through and made enough examples like that people are just scared. And that in itself could be a problem. The first 200 years were white history years. That is in reference to a few callers ago, the guy talking about it would be wrong or it would be racist to have a white history month. And I agree with Will. He says the first 200 years are white history years. And that is true. Before they had Black History Month, DEI, all of these things that people were talking about, affirmative action, that shit was created for a reason. It ain't like America was just going along, equality for all, everything was fair, and they just started forming affirmative action and DEI and all this bullshit for no reason at all. That stuff was formed because the system was not fair at the time of its formation. Now, getting rid of it, do we feel confident that if you get rid of it, the people won't go back to what they used to do? I don't. But maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. But I don't believe that. I mean, especially considering that some of this stuff was created and the people that were around are still alive. So I don't feel confident that if you get rid of the protections from what used to happen in the past won't come back to haunt us. I'll tell you right off the bat, when they rolled back Roe v. Wade, laws from the 1800s started suddenly becoming legitimate again. So I don't know why people think that the past won't come back to haunt us. Oddly enough, my 2A lovers out there, my pew-pew people, first thing they talk about, if you get rid of guns, tyranny is going to come back. They realize history will come back to bite them. I don't know why everybody else should believe otherwise. So I don't feel confident that if they start getting rid of affirmative action and DEI and all this shit, that discrimination and all the things that caused these laws to become in place won't come back. I don't feel confident of that at all. Maybe you guys do. Will G says Trump is giving clearance away like a raffle. He did that with I believe Jared Kushner also during his first term could not get federal clearance, and he went around the fence and gave Jared Kushner federal clearance. This time they didn't even go for it with Elon Musk. They just brought him in. I believe they were even, and I think I was hearing rumors. Maybe I'm wrong on this. You guys can let me know in the comments. But they were trying to get people clearance using a third-party organization and not the FBI, stating that the FBI was corrupt or something like that. So they were using we're going to go ahead and hire this other security detail and we'll go by what they say, knowing damn well that the security detail is, you hired them. They're going to likely tell you things you want to hear. Otherwise, you're going to criticize them and nobody will hire them in the future. It was included. It wouldn't be an issue. I don't get what you mean there by that, Birdman. Trump wants to be as rich, if not richer, than the tech bros. And I think they made a backdoor deal to make it happen. Really? I mean, dude's like 80 years old at this point. I'm not going to say that Trump is not still trying to get money because he has a lot of businesses still in place, but he's not going to go from being worth a few billion to Elon's realm. I don't see how that could possibly happen without some seriously corrupt moves. I just can't see that. But we know Trump is competitive and he likes to be number one. So I'm not going to totally disagree with what you're saying. Will G, I'm late on that one, says Trump ain't shit. I'm late on that. I do apologize for being so late. I actually didn't see these coming in because my device was facing away from me. 100%, not all MAGA is racist, but racists are usually MAGA. Now, I disagree with that. My last caller said that. The reason why I disagree with that is because you don't have to be white to be racist. I know a lot of my African-American viewers, people of color, disagree with me on that, but I do believe anybody can be a racist. That's just my opinion on it. It's different levels of the game. You're not going to see a lot of black that are systemically racist, but anybody can be racist. I'll tell you this. If you are white and you are dealing with racism, it usually is coming at the behest of other citizens. You walked in the neighborhood and people are picking on you. You went to a school in the hood and the other kids are trying to beat you up. Maybe you went into a club or a bar in the wrong neighborhood and some of the black patrons are messing with you. That's usually the racism that white citizens encounter from people of color, is citizen on citizen violence. The difference between what white victims of racism encounter versus black victims of racism or people of color that are victims of racism is the racism that people of color face may come from the police or banks or, our various institutions, schools and universities, corporations, people in positions of power. Like I said, racism can come from either direction, but generally the systemic stuff is what the people of color face. It's not just 2 or 3 white guys wanting to beat you up. No, it's a bank that won't lend you money. It's a cop that won't let you go, won't leave you alone. So that's one of the differences. Second difference is if you are white and you're dealing with racism, you generally can pick up the phone and dial 911 because that shit ain't cool. However, if you're a person of color and you're dealing with racism, you dial 911. The phone may be ringing in the guy that's kicking your ass's pocket. If you might actually be calling him while he's beating your ass. So there's a little bit difference to it. But anybody can encounter racism. That's all I'm saying. Real quick before I move on. See how you fluff time. Will, Trump's feelings are effective. What do you mean by this? Well, Trump's firings are effective. Yeah, they are effective. Some of them. I don't think all of his firings are bad, but the jury's still out on what's good and what's bad. And like I said, my issue is I don't believe him and Elon are 100% honest on all of the waste that they're finding, as Cuomo pointed out. And he's not the only one pointing that stuff out. Real quick in the comments, Article 5 was used to defend the United States. When was that done? Article 5, NATO member nations attack against one and attack against all. Was it used after September 11th? When was Article 5 used to defend the United States? Now, because I know what the whole Iraq war thing was, coalition of the willing. So when was it Iraq? It was Iraq didn't count? I didn't know that. Okay. And that's crazy that they used that because Iraq never attacked us. I thought it was September 11th. Everybody else didn't count. You said Iraq. Everybody else has said September 11th. We genuinely was attacked on September 11th. Iraq was propaganda. Saddam Hussein didn't do anything to us. He just wouldn't let us tell him what to do, and we didn't like that. So I don't know how we were able to get NATO member nations to invoke Article 5 against Saddam Hussein, because even now, how long has the Iraq war been over with now? About 10 years or so? Even in hindsight, it's pretty clear that did not need to happen. I mean, in hindsight, it's hard to argue that America gained anything out of that. I mean, so that did not need to happen. That was definitely an optional war with little to no value looking back. Even Trump calls that the dumbest thing in American history. He was attacking Jeb Bush when he said it, but we were always right about Russia. When you guys say that, it kind of reminds me of that Ice Cube song, arrest the president, you got the evidence, that Negro is Russian intelligence. Certainly right now with him siding with Russia so much, Ice Cube might have been doing a premonition. Guess what says we heard from the libs that we were uneducated, but Jesus Christ. Are you talking about my last caller there? Guess what? Man, I didn't want to miss you guys. Dennis Calhoun says, did he forget Trump was in office for 4 years? The first 4 years of Trump wasn't that bad. I think it's safe to say, even from a liberal standpoint, the first 4 years of Trump are fairly mild compared to what's going on now. And hey, listen, at the end of the day, if you lean left, you're going to hate every Republican that's in office. I mean, remember how upset they were when George W. Bush was president? Kanye West, of all people, on television saying George W. Bush does not like black people. Man, that comment did not age well. But even he was not a big fan of George W. Bush. But compared to Trump 2025, I think you'd find liberals that would pay to get Bush back in office. So, I mean, look, it's just the way it is. But I definitely 2025 is much further to the right than Trump 2016. Much further to the right. Because he knows what he's doing now. And he doesn't have the moderate Republicans in office. I mean, it's basically him. And those folks are just kind of standing behind him, whereas in the first go round, they were kind of, more along the line of following the traditional America. They're not doing that now. Like the Trump 2016 president, that administration would not go with what Elon Musk is doing right now. In fact, they probably would not even have went with Elon Musk. Attorney General Barr and Ambassador Bolton and all of them. I don't think they would have stood idly by, and Mike Pence. I don't think they would have let him do that. But the people that's in power now, whatever he wants to do, he can kind of do it. Dennis Calhoun says veterans are forced onto Medicare after a certain amount of years on TRICARE. I don't know enough about that to speak. Would you say veterans are forced onto Medicare after a certain amount of years on TRICARE? Some of my veterans in the audience can tell me about that. Oh, clearance is needed. Clearance is need to know, not blanket. Yeah, like I said, I do believe that if you're at Elon Musk's level, you should have to have clearance. I mean, in fact, in my opinion, you shouldn't be able to do what he's doing without being an American citizen from birth. I mean, he's tearing up the federal government. You shouldn't be able to do that. You should be required to be an American citizen from birth to do what he's doing. I mean, he has a lot of power, whether we want to admit it or not. He has a lot of power. So we'll see how that turns out. But man, that's way too much power to just give somebody. And he's only there at the behest of Trump. Trump said he's a reliable guy and he has a big bank account. That's really his only two credentials. He's a successful businessman, and Trump gave him the okay. That's it. There's no other bullet points or nothing to say Elon Musk knows what he's doing. He went and gutted X or Twitter and made that successful, whatever the case may be. But you're putting this guy in charge and he's not even born in the country. That could turn out bad. Hopefully not. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate 130,000. Wow. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. By the way, you know what I always say, if you favor this type of dialogue, feel free to follow the program on Instagram and on TikTok. Certainly a subscription on YouTube, horizontal, YouTube vertical, if you will. Nevertheless, I got to get my ass up and go work for the man in the morning before I lose my job. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll catch you guys mañana. Take care. He is a DEI. Yeah, yeah. Elon doesn't appear to have all that merit. I'll agree with you there. I got to go.